Selamat malam semua pada hadirin yang terhormat yang ada di ruangan venue untuk dapat tenang dan duduk dengan tertib. Terima kasih.
Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasing evening to all of you. It is my truly an honor for me, Regina Ladia,
and me, Jeremy Manopo, as your master of ceremony to welcome all of you to the ALSA International Video Conference 2024 with the theme of navigating the intersection of international humanitarian law and business law in conflict zones.
And with a sub-theme of corporate responsibility and legal compliance in war-torn regions. The purpose of today's event is to provide a platform for students around ASEAN to enhance their ideas and their critical thinking in analyzing the matter of the case. Throughout this event, we aim to address pressing issues, explore innovative solutions, and contributing to the advancement of knowledge and practice in international law.
We're very pleased to welcome all participants and delegates to our event today, and we would like to welcome our speakers, Mr. Ibrahim Hanif SH LLM, as the lecturers of International Law at Gajah Mada University, Indonesia, and Professor Alex Kantersmans as the Professor of Private Law at Leiden University, Netherlands. So without any further ado, we would like to encourage each participant to actively participate in every session.
And to all participants of ALSA International Video Conference 2024, we kindly ask all of you to please stand up in polite manner and listen to our national anthem of Indonesia and following by ALSA anthem. Thank you.
You may be seated. And now let us hear the welcoming remarks by our Project Officer of ALSA International Video Conference 2024, Ms. Daniela Vanessa Wowor. To Ms. Daniela, the screen and time is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity that has been given. I'm Daniela as this year's ALSA International Video Conference 2024.
Recording in progress.
It's been a very great pleasure for me to work on this project with the other organizing committee. Therefore, I would like to welcome Mr. Ibrahim Hanif, SHLLM from Universitas Gadjah Mada, and Professor Alex Castermans from Leiden University as today's speakers. I would also welcome the Dean of Faculty of Law in Unsrat, Dr. Emma Vetesenewe, and the Director of Asian Law Students Association and ALSA ALC Unsrat, and the National Board's President of Indonesia, Kak Delvino, and the President of International Board, Mr. Akhil. I would also welcome all of the participants, and I hope you all will have a great time in this event. And I do hope that this eventually will create an interesting outcome, because all of us are going to have the experience to discuss about the theme today. Therefore, I conclude my welcoming remarks. I hope you all have a good time. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. And for the next welcoming remarks will be delivered by Director of ALSA Local Chapter, University of Samratulangi, Board 2024, Ms. Iksal Maramis. To Ms. Iksal Maramis, the time is yours.
Greetings everyone, ladies and gentlemen. First thing first, I want to praise to God Almighty for His grace. ALSA Local Chapter of Samratulangi University this year was entrusted as the host to organize ALSA International Video Conference 2024 with the theme of Profit and Principle Navigating the Intersection of International Humanitarian Law and Business Law in Conflict Zones. It is a pride and honor for us to organize this international event. This event also aims to instill the ALSA pillars, namely legally skilled, internationally minded, and academically committed. Therefore, with the implementation of this event, ALSA members can become law enforcers with justice and integrity. This event lasts for 1 day and is carried out online with speakers who are expert in their fields according to the theme we raise. Apart from that, hopefully this event can build a good relationship between the national chapter. And finally, I'm Iksal Maramis as the Director of ALSA Local Chapter Samratulangi University. I would like to thank you very much for your attention and cooperation. Last but not least, connect the difference together with the flow. May ALSA always be one. Thank you.
Thank you, Iksal. And for the next welcoming remarks will be delivered by the President of ALSA National Chapter Indonesia, Board 2024-2025, Mr. Delvino Ahmad Hidayat Lolianto. To Mr. Delvino, the time is yours.
Tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, greetings and peace to us all. First and foremost, I would like to express my biggest gratitude to the Almighty God for His blessings that have gathered us today in the ALSA International Video Conference held by ALSA Local Chapter Universitas Samratulangi. By that, I would also like to extend my utmost respect to the First Dean of the Faculty of Law Universitas Samratulangi, Dr. Emma Vite Senewe SHMH, who are today represented by Dr. Natalia Lengkong SHMH. On behalf of ALSA Indonesia, we would like to say welcome into our beloved local chapter. To the Honorable President of ALSA International, Mr. Akil Likaichi, welcome Akil, thank you for putting your trust to ALSA National Chapter Indonesia. To the Director of ALSA Local Chapter, Universitas Samratulangi, my dear colleague, friend and strong fighter, Ichel Maramis. Thank you Ichel for extending the invitation. Your hard work and dedication truly pays off. Looking forward into our greater of ALSA LLC Unsrat under your command. To the Project Officer of ALSA Local Chapter, ALSA International Video Conference, Daniela Vanessa. Thank you also, Ella, for the hard work and dedications you put into this event. Exceptional style of you. Big appreciation from us, National Board ALSA Indonesia. Lastly, welcome and thank you to the all 227 delegates of ALSA International Video Conference 2024 from ALSA Indonesia, ALSA Malaysia, ALSA South Korea, ALSA Singapore, and ALSA United Kingdom. I convey my utmost respect to all of you. Welcome to Indonesia, welcome to Manado, the beauty of North Sulawesi. Today is truly a joyful and proud moment for us, the National Board of ALSA Indonesia. As we finally host one of our international event, the ALSA International Video Conference 2024, this is one of the two international events that ALSA Indonesia successfully beat in the Governing Council meeting alongside the ALSA Forum Yogyakarta 2025, which will take place next year in Yogyakarta. Our deepest gratitude and love goes to ALSA LC Unsrat for graciously hosting this event. Your commitment, determination, and efforts are truly remarkable. This year, ALSA LC Unsrat has risen and stood strong with us as a local chapter that will always source of pride for ALSA Indonesia under the leadership of Ichel. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the 227 delegates from various countries who choose to participate in this event. Your curiosity and enthusiasm for this program are invaluable for the investment of academic development, which is one of the mandates of this organization formation. And we are thrilled to welcome today's event, which will continue until tonight, and our appreciation also goes to all parties who have contributed to its success, from the Dean Faculty of ALSA LC Unsrat to the organizing committee who worked tirelessly day and night to prepare this event. Thank you for your dedication and hard work. And finally, to the all delegates, show your strength and passion in this academic event. We hope that the insights provided by our two speakers and the policy recommendations will develop and contribute to the greater of legal framework in the future. And don't forget to aim the Excellence Awards later by tonight. Lastly, warm regards from Manado, North Sulawesi, where the beauty of Buna can see and the warmth of Lake Tondano will always welcome you back. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om. And may ALSA always be one.
Thank you, Delfino. And for the next welcoming remarks will be delivered by the President of ALSA International Board 2024 and 2025, Mr. Akil Likaichi. To Mr. Akil, the screen is yours.
Hi everyone, a very good evening to the distinguished speakers, esteemed guests and fellow ALSA members, and all participants joining us today. It's my utmost honor to officially welcome all of you to the ALSA International Video Conference 2024. Today, we connect not just as law students and practitioners, but as a unified body committed to the pursuit of justice, knowledge, and collaboration. First and foremost, I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to ALSA National Chapter Indonesia and ALSA Local Chapter Universitas Samratulangi, who have worked tirelessly to organize this extraordinary event. Your efforts have exemplified the ALSA spirit of teamwork, commitment, and excellence. To all attendees, your presence here affirms our shared dedication to the ideals we uphold. The theme of this year's conference, Profit and Principle, Navigating the Intersection of International Humanitarian Law and Business Law in Conflict Zone, delves into one of the most complex challenges of our time. How do we, as future leaders in law, balance ethical obligation with the demands of business in areas of conflict? This question requires critical thinking, diverse perspective, and innovative solution, all of which I'm confident that this conference will foster. Today's agenda promises an enriching experience, speaker sections, focus group discussion. These activities will not only deepen our understanding of the intricate legal and ethical dilemmas business face, but also equip us to be advocates of justice and integrity. As members of ALSA, we stand united under our shared pillars, being legally skilled, internationally minded, and academically committed. These pillars guide us not only in our academic and professional pursuit, but also in our contributions to society. This conference exemplifies how can we harness our collective knowledge and skills to address real-world issues and to shape a brighter and more equitable future. As we embark on today's journey, I will encourage all of you to embrace the opportunity to listen, to learn, and engage. Ask bold questions, challenge traditional ideas, and collaborate with an open mind. It's through such dialogue that we grow, not just as individuals, but as a community dedicated to the advancing of rule of law. With that, I'm delighted to declare the ALSA International Video Conference 2024 officially open. Let us make this event not just productive, but also memorable. Thank you for your participation, and I look forward to the inspiring discussion ahead. ALSA always be one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akil. And for the next remarks will be delivered by Distinguished Deputy Dean of Students and Alumni Affairs, Faculty of Law, Samratulangi University, Mrs. Debbie Telianto, SHMH, who will be represented by Dr. Natalia Lengkong, SHMH, as the Secretary of International Law Department or the representative of Dean Office.
Greeting to all the participants, representing the Dean of Faculty of Law, Samratulangi University, and the Vice Dean on Student and Alumni, and I'm also a counselor for this organization. I'm welcoming you to the Asian Law Student Association International Video Conference 2024. My regards to international community, national community, along the participants all across Asia, Indonesia, and around the globe. I hope through our discussion today, I am confident that you will generate insight that can drive positive change. I also welcome the guest speaker, Mr. Ibrahim Hani from Gajah Mada University and Professor Alex Kasterman from Leiden University. And on behalf of Samratulangi University, I wish you all success and an inspiring conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Natalia. And for the upcoming agenda, we would like to invite all the distinguished guests to be on the stage for the traditional symbolic. Okay, we start the countdown in 3, 2, 1.
For the distinguished guests, please stay on the stage where we're taking a documentation session. Please move forward to the camera. Thank you, everyone. You may be seated. And the next one, we are delighted to present a special performance from Samratulangi University Choir, who invite you to sit back and relax and enjoy as we take in a journey of art, music, and emotion.
The first song is Sipatokaan, arranged by JRL Sajau. This song tells the story of a mother who is worried because her children has grown up. The worry is based on the children who will go far away from the homeland to earn a living.
And the second song is Dung Nene Dung Tete, arranged by Fritz Palit. This song tells a story of a grandfather who found a cure for his loneliness after his wife left him, and their love story spread everywhere, which leads to giving each other pantan.
The lastly is Paris Brantai, arranged by Ken Steven. These songs describe someone's feelings about the beauty of their hometown and also express longing for the people who live there.
Please enjoy the show. Wow, what a stunning performance. And can we have a big round of applause and thank you once again for Samratulangi University Choir. It was a truly remarkable display of talent and creativity.
And now, before we move to speaker session, we kindly remind you to always turn on your camera and mute the microphone. We would like to remind all participants and delegates to rename yourself according to the guidelines. For ALSA members, you can change your name to chamber _ your name _ national chapter. And for non-ALSA members, you can change to institution _ your name _ country. And to all participants are required to use background throughout the event.
And we would like to remind you that there will be an awarding session for the best participant, which only for the ALSA members. And now, please enjoy the video teaser of ALSA International Video Conference 2024.
For law students throughout Asia, the Asian Law Student Association, or ALSA, is a non-profit and non-political worldwide organization. ALSA is based on 80 national chapters, which consists of ALSA National Chapter Indonesia has 15 local chapters. In obtaining the vision to focus on the global vision of Asia, ALSA International Video Conference is a platform for all law students across Asia to come together and discuss the current legal issues. The theme of the event this year is Profit and Principle, Navigating the Intersection of International Humanitarian Law and Business Law in Conflict Zone, with subtheme Corporate Responsibility and Legal Compliance in War-torn Countries. Mr. Maramis, as the Director of ALSA Local Chapter Universitas Samratulangi, proudly present ALSA International Video Conference 2024. Connect the difference together with the flow of my ALSA. Always pure.
Selamat datang di kota Manado, kota primadona di Sulawesi Utara. Beragam suku, agama, adat dan budaya menjadi satu di kota Manado.
And now, please joining me in welcoming our moderator for today's, Mrs. Dr. Natalia Lengkong SHMH and Miss Fanakosha Pinkan SH, who will take over from here. Let's give them a big round of applause. Our first moderator of today's is Fanakosha Pinkan, Bachelor of Law, a master's student at Central South University from People's Republic of China, majoring in applied economics with a research focus on international economics and trade for non-ferrous metals. During her undergraduate studies, he actively engaged in the fields of international humanitarian law, serving as a delegate and coach in several international humanitarian law competitions. To Ms. Fanakwe Shapingkan, the screen and time is yours.
Thank you so much, Master of Ceremony. Good evening, everyone. It is my great honor and privilege to serve as your moderator for this year's ALSA International Video Conference 2024, held by ALSA Local Chapter Universitas Samratulangi, supported by ALSA National Chapter Indonesia. On behalf of the organizing committee, I warmly welcome you all to this event. This year's theme, Profit and Principle, Navigating the Intersection of International Humanitarian Law and Business Law in Conflict Zones, addresses a crucial and timely topic in today's interconnected and complex global landscape. In a world where businesses increasingly operate in regions affected by conflict, the interplay between profit-driven goals and adherence to international humanitarian principles is more relevant than ever. We are fortunate to have with us today an esteemed speaker who brings invaluable insights from international humanitarian law fields. Before we begin, allow me to outline the flow of today's first session. We will start with a presentation from our distinguished speaker, and following this, we'll open the floor for questions, giving all of you the opportunity to engage directly with our speaker. And lastly, we'll have an e-plug handover and documentation session. I encourage everyone to actively participate, share your thoughts, and make the most of this unique learning opportunity. Let us embark on this journey of learning and dialogue, and without further ado, let me introduce our first speaker, Mr. Ibrahim Hanif, SHLLM. He is a lecturer of international law at Gadjah Mada University, Indonesia, and he is currently pursuing his doctoral degree at University of Cambridge, United Kingdom. And his research fields are public international law, international human rights law, and international investment law. Now that I've read Mr. Ibrahim's CV, Mr. Ibrahim, you may now have the floor.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? My name is Hanif. I'm from UGM. Let's start off by talking a bit about international law, and then I'll give the floor to the moderator, and then afterwards, Professor Castermans, who will lead you to the actual discussion on businesses and how they operate in war. So, hello, Pankesa. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Awesome. Do I have screen sharing powers yet for the presentation? I do. Okay, fantastic. Hello, everybody. Again, we're going to start a bit with international humanitarian law. So I think that to start, international humanitarian law is an extremely interesting part of law, but it's all because it's very controversial in a lot of parts, right? So here's the thing. People, I think one of the few things that also separate us from other living creatures, we do war very, very well, right? Ever since the early history, a lot of early history has been about, unfortunately, warfare, right? A lot of the first monuments that humankind made were large obelisks to commemorate warfare, and we're very good at doing it very, very badly, in the sense that a lot of atrocities were done throughout the early history of international law. Up until the 17th to 18th century, what was considered war was basically fair game, fair practice, right? This also included a lot of obviously things that we no longer allow international law. Since the UN Charter Article 21, 24, all states are sovereign. No, we're no longer allowed to use threats or use of force. But beforehand, we had like massive wars, World War I, World War II, colonialism, inter-kingdom wars. These were all, very much part and parcel of international law. Throughout the times, that doesn't mean that there weren't rules governing it. Very early on, people realized that it might be a good idea to have some sort of minimum standards of rules, because if we were all participating in war, ideally, if we stopped doing war or are defeated, we want to be treated fairly well. And so for a very long time, a lot of these were more either reciprocal in nature or more like suggestions or moral codes, which sometimes were followed, sometimes were not followed, right? Different cultures have this. So from early on in Persia, we find that the great Persian king Cyrus said that wounded soldiers should be treated and cared for like your own soldiers. That's an understanding that when you're participating actively in war and then you stop participating, then it's no longer okay to kill you, right? So we see an early idea of that, killing is allowed in the context as long as we try to kill each other fairly. And once I stop trying to kill you, or once you stop trying to kill me, then we should go back to a peaceful default. India also had this in 4th century BC. It goes a little bit in more detail. So not only does it allow for protection of surrendered adversaries, but we also see the beginnings of the means and methods of war. What sort of things are you allowed to do, and what sort of things are you not allowed to do? Right? We see bannings of poison or burning arrows, things which cause unnecessarily harm, unnecessary suffering. So the idea is that, okay, well, we have wars, killing is inevitable, but let's try to make it so that it causes the least amount of damage possible to everyone involved, and let's start protecting enemy property. Islam also had similar ideas. The Prophet Muhammad, as they were carrying out wars early on in the development and spread of Islam, there was a fairly decent code that was promulgated, which forbade the killing of women, children, elderly, and sick. Note that if you were an able-bodied man, you were considered still fair game, because essentially warfare was that, right? We see there now there's a start of distinction that there are combatants and there are non-combatants, but there's also a bit of a gray zone about who can potentially be your enemy. So in modern times, if you're an able-bodied man, in theory, as long as you're not participating actively in hostilities, then we're not supposed to kill you. We're supposed to target. Test 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. We're back. We're only supposed to target people who are taking direct part in hostilities. But back in the day, as long as you were capable of, carrying a sword, a stick, a weapon, you were potentially quite dangerous. I mean, even a rock killed, potentially Goliath, if you use it properly with a sling. We also see, for example, protections for economic resources, things that you didn't need to do, forbidding of uprooting palm trees and fruitful trees, and destruction of places of worships. So this tells us a few things. This tells us that a lot of these things were happening, right? You wouldn't have to tell people don't do something if they're not doing it. So we see that for a long time, warfare is still quite nasty. So when we talk about the modern humanitarian law, what we're talking about is the development of humanitarian law through the modern international law, through treaties, through customs, through conventions, and that began fairly recently. Another point is that international law as a whole is quite recent, like a modern development. It grew up in the 15th, 16th century after the Treaty of Westphalia. European countries started to come together and start making these treaties with each other, and that sort of spread as history happened. But in 1856, a man named Henry Dunant witnessed quite a terrible battle at the time, Battle of Solferino, and he was so moved by this that he decided to write about this, Memoirs of Solferino, and he decided with a friend of his, I think it was an ex-Swiss officer, Mr. Dufour, to establish a committee whose job it is to basically try to make war as peaceful and as peaceable and as humane as possible. That committee of 5. This will later on become the ICRC. And so this committee decided to pressure the Swiss government and said, hey, look, we're having a lot of really terrible wars. Why don't we try to have rules about it? We have rules about, at this point international, we have rules about things like sovereignty. We have rules about things like customs on protecting ambassadors. We have all these lovely rules, but we don't have one yet properly about warfare. And so the Swiss government and the ICRC started convening the Hague conferences. 16 mostly European states attended, and then they adopted what was the earlier convention for the amelioration of the condition of wounded armies. So what happens after armies are wounded and defeated and whatnot. And after this time, between the 1860s and the 1940s, there were a lot of declarations and conventions that mostly European countries made, because at the time, these were the preeminent nation states, right? Before the 1940s, except if you were, for example, in Latin America, most other countries were not yet decolonized. So at this point, what was essentially a European-centric international law decided to adopt a lot of conventions and declarations. Some of them are, still probably in use today. The Hague Conventions are still a quite important part of customary international law. So really modern IHL then came with the four Geneva Conventions after World War II in 1949, and then subsequently with 2 additional protocols in 77. This, along with the custom that was already established by then, forms the basis of the really modern international humanitarian law, the laws of war. The laws that say, look, we're not preventing warfare, but warfare is allowed with certain limitations. Most of the Geneva Conventions are right now custom. People would say the important parts of the additional protocols are customs, although many states still haven't ratified them yet. We have a lot of more specific treaties about how to conduct warfare with varying degrees of ratification success, protection of cultural property, whether or not you're allowed to use biological weapons, conventional weapons, chemical weapons, landmines, blinding laser weapons. So as technology develops, as new means of warfare develop, so does in the way that international try to regulate it with degrees of success. There's also a very important, the NMOD Convention on Environmental Modification. So similar to international law, most of international humanitarian law relies on either treaties or customary international law. There's less general principles of international law because that's more procedural parts of like international law. So we're dealing more with like substantive obligations in IHL, So that's why we rely on these 2 legal bases. So where does custom come from? As you know, custom requires that state practice be fairly uniform and fairly consistent, and are accompanied with opinio juris. So states are doing it not just because they think it's like experience or politically correct, but they do it because of a sense of legal obligation. So then we look at what the practices are of like states in general, what they do in war, how they complain about other states doing certain things, their military manuals, international criminal tribunals, and so there's a wide variety of legal bases in IHL. So here's the thing about IHL, right? It's a really interesting part of law because basically it's the part of law that actively legitimizes destruction, right? In international human rights law, the goal is always to limit, protect, respect, protect, fulfill, right? In, for example, diplomatic relationships, the point is always to try to, 1, prevent or forbid the use or threat or use of force, and protect other states' sovereignty, and protect all the other things. But in IHL, we're like, okay, well, we don't really care why the war happened, so long as that if there is an armed conflict, you have to follow certain rules of it. So the bargain here, there are several things that go into bargain of IHL, right? On the one hand, it allows for armed conflicts to happen, and that it prefers that it happens between state-like entities. We'll see what this means a little bit later, right? Recall the development of modern IHL is that a bunch of your countries came together. So importantly, countries, nation states, and in that time, modern European style government nation states. They didn't invite terrorist organizations. They didn't invite guerrillas. They didn't invite rebels. They didn't invite a lot of corporations to join in. And so the resulting regime, much like international, is very much state-centric. So that's the first part that we have to understand, that international law bases a lot, IHL bases a lot of its assumptions that states are the one doing the fighting, or it's state-like entities doing the fighting. The second one is that it's a part of that allows killing and destruction. If you are a combatant, then you may be targeted. If you are a military objective, if something is being used for a military purpose, then you are a legitimate target. If something is required by military necessity, we are allowed to destroy things. We're allowed to destroy bridges, we're allowed to destroy power plants, we're allowed to destroy a lot of civilian infrastructure, so long as, for example, it's proportional to do so, and that we're abiding by all these other rules. So it's a part of law that basically legitimizes destruction. On the flip side, it does so as a form of a bargain, right? if you want to carry out warfare, if you want IHL to allow you to do these things, there's several things you have to do. One, you have to protect civilians and civilian objects. You may not target them willy-nilly. Two, you have to protect combatants themselves, right? Both combatants that are no longer fighting. If someone is hurt, if someone is incapable of fighting, if someone is surrendering, if someone is basically no longer participating in hostilities, then they stop being combatants and you have to protect them. The bargain is that that will also happen to you if you stop fighting. So if the enemy is hurt, if the enemy is surrendered, you're not supposed to be targeting them. They are entitled to protections, especially if they are clear state combatants, and then they become prisoners of war. And then they have to be treated respectfully. They can't be used in extremely dangerous labor circumstances. They can't be mistreated. And the expectation is that that applies to you too. When you are a combatant, you are going to go to combat, but you will be protected if this happens. Also, this means that the means and methods of war are not unlimited, right? You are not allowed to use weapons which are incredibly indiscriminate, incredibly destructive, that cannot be targeted, essentially, because part of it is protection of civilians. And as we'll see, there's several very key principles in IHL that come into play. And it also imposes a degree of responsibility and control. IHL assumes that the parties that fight in it are capable of carrying out the protections of IHL. So that's why this is where we also come to state-like entities, right? States are the de facto main subject in international law. If you're a state, you're assumed to have a permanent population, you're assumed to have a clear territory, you're assumed to have an effective government with chains of commands, and you're assumed to have a military that also has chains of commands. And you're also assumed to be able to engage in international law, and you're assumed to know international law and be able to be held responsible for international law. So this is the kind of entity IHL likes. Why? Because it's very clear what the chain of command is. If your soldiers do something wrong, then we can blame your captains, we can blame your majors, we can blame the generals, we can blame also the military tribunals that you have, we can blame your state. The state is responsible at the end. And if you're a state, that means you're able to have control your forces, teach them what IHL is, teach them not to violate it, and also be able to prosecute them and be able to imprison them and carry out sanctions for violators. So that's the ideal of IHL, that state-like entities are in a nice, clean shooting war only with each other, and only sometimes do civilian gets in the way. That's like the idealized notion of IHL. In practice, however, it's a lot messier than that. The first thing we have to understand is when does IHL apply, right? There's this idea that states are allowed, that people are allowed to wage war. Well, what sort of conflicts apply? International humanitarian law does not apply generally. They only apply in situations that are called armed conflicts. Well, what does it mean, armed conflict? Armed conflict is when there is a very clear use of force. When it's between states, then it matters a lot less what the level of use of force is, because states are assumed to be this large, massive, formal structures in international law. And when they do war, they will do so clearly and usually not mistakenly. So when a use of force is between states, for example, a state marches troops across the borders, carries out a, for example, blockade backed by military force, invades another country, bombs another country, shoots up the fishing vessels of other countries, maybe on accident, maybe not. As long as there's a sufficient degree of force and it's between states, then it becomes what's known as an international armed conflict. That is international conflict between two states, whether it's directly or indirectly. Directly, it's clear. Indirectly, then you sort of have to guess or assess, is the war actually between a state or a non-state entity? Are they being controlled? If there's a terrorist organization or a rebel group, are they being funded, controlled, or planned by the other state? If the other state is assumed to be or proven to be basically the trigger person, and they're involved more deeply than just funding, then yeah, it can become international armed conflict. It becomes internationalized. But what if it's not a state? What if it's like a state and say rebel groups? Well, then you have to ask two questions. One, is the level of violence intense enough? That is to say, how many people have died? How far is the conflict? Is it in one city, in a province? How long has it been? Are the rebels able to hold territory? Are the rebels able to hold or challenge the government? If the answer is yes, then cool, it's starting to become an armed conflict. The second one is, are the rebel groups sufficiently organized? This part is quite interesting because if they're not sufficiently organized, then there's two possibilities, right? There's two consequences to this. One is that if they're not organized, then how are you having a proper conflict? Remember, IHL prefers it when the people who are fighting are states with chains of commands, civilian governments, military governments, logistics, all that stuff. So if rebel groups are sufficiently organized and identifiable and have a chain of command, then it's very much like a state-like entity. And because they're a state-like entity, they're able to carry out the obligations of IHL and also able to have IHL imposed upon them, and we demand responsibility. If these rebel groups were not sufficiently organized, then it means that the war is probably also, or like the conflict is probably also not as severe, but also that these rebel groups lack the status and the organization to comply with IHL, right? If you cannot blame a mob of people for violating IHL, because IHL assumes that there is a chain of command to things. So then if a rebel group is sufficiently organized and the violence is sufficiently intense, then congratulations, you have what's known as a non-international armed conflict. And this is one that's happening quite in a lot of places. Well, what's the problem here? Well, sometimes you have a lot of situations that look like armed conflicts, but aren't. And then some situations that don't look like armed conflicts at a glance, but might be. And the consequence is that there's this weird gray area in international law where we're not quite sure sometimes what laws should apply and thus what standards apply and how to demand compliance and responsibility from people. If it's peacetime, then we assume that international human rights law applies. That's normal. You know, the ICCPR, ICESCR, Declaration of Human Rights, those stuff, that applies. But then you have, for example, clauses in the ICCPR, which allows for temporary suspension of rights in states of emergencies. Then this becomes gray zones, right? Countries, when they're facing states of emergencies, whether it's disaster, whether it's a riot and civil disturbance, or whether they're fighting terrorists, sometimes they claim that, oh, we're going to suspend some of our human rights. You know, we can hold you in detention as material witness for longer than we're supposed to hold you for detention. We're allowed to have different courts to try you because you're considered a terrorist because we're facing an emergency. This gray zone exists because there's a lot of low intensity conflicts that don't boil over to full international armed conflicts. That is either state to state or between a state and an organized armed group, or between organized armed group and states. So then you have this real gray zone of like, well, what rules apply? If we suspend human rights, but it's not, you know, but if IHL doesn't kick in, then who's protected? You know, if a state is fighting terrorism, well, the terrorists are almost like soldiers in war, but they're not wearing uniforms, right? They're not wearing uniforms. They're hiding in civilians. They're taking they're taking pot shots. They're shooting security officials sometimes. Sometimes they're shooting also, and it's very difficult to distinguish them. Well, do they deserve the protections of IHL? Are they themselves carrying out IHL or complying with IHL when they're carrying out their terrorist activities? Well, the answer to both of these are mostly no. And so for a lot of times, states consider terrorists as just purely unlawful combatants. They don't deserve IHL's protection because they don't follow IHL. And then we don't have to follow IHL because it's not an armed conflict. And so these terrorists don't get the benefit of humanitarian law, but they also don't get the benefits of human rights law. So yeah. Hi, okay, thank you for killing the mic so we can continue. Also, Miss Moderator, let me know if I'm speaking too fast because I get like excited when talking about topics that I'm interested in. So is the speed okay so far?
Yeah.
Okay,
yes.
Great, fantastic.
Clearly.
Cool. So then IHL has several basic principles that you have to like always try to be ticking, right? The point of IHL is to, again, allow for war, but can do it in a way that minimizes damage, minimizes casualties, and protects people who need protected. So the first rule of IHL is the principle of distinction, right? If you are a military or a military personnel, then your job is to distinguish between civilians and protected objects and lawful targets. So you have to, for example, use your Mark I eyeball to check whether or not the enemy is a civilian or whether a house is a lawful target or not. On the flip side, you also need to distinguish combatants from civilians and yourself, right? So in IHL in combatants, IHL prefers it and requires that combatants clearly show themselves, have a uniform, have identifying markers, carry your weapons openly. Don't try to blend into civilian populations. Don't use civilians as shields. Don't pretend to be civilians. Why? Because you are expected as combatants to distinguish between civilians and protected objects. And to do so, you need to distinguish yourself from civilians and distinguished objects, protected objects. So you're not allowed to paint a tank in white and with a little red cross or a red diamond and pretend the tank is an ambulance. No, the idea is that IHL wants you to have a stand-up, proper, fair fight out in the open. That's like the idealized version of IHL, which was a lot easier to carry out when warfare were like these two massive lines of infantry and guns and artillery and horses shooting each other. But even then, you also had the problem of guerrillas, right? Napoleon's armies got bogged down in Spain because the Spanish were just really good at carrying out hit-and-run warfare. They would hide in the mountains, pretend to be civilians, shoot at the French soldiers who are wearing this lovely blue, white, red uniforms, marching in perfect formation throughout these roads. And then the Spanish guerrillas would just melt away, which helped the British and Portuguese to eventually push Napoleon out of Spain. But even back in the 1800s and before, we always had this problem of people pretending not to be combatants because otherwise they'd be destroyed. So distinction cuts both ways, right? Civilians are to be protected and they must be made as clearly as possible as civilians. Combatants should distinguish themselves from civilians. But paradoxically, if you are a combatant and your enemy is way, 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 way stronger than you, there's absolutely no reason for you to distinguish yourself because you would just get annihilated, right? If I'm just by myself with a gun and my enemy is like an army of 100 people with guns, tanks, airplanes, and bombs, it makes no sense for me to wear a bright or like even camouflage uniform, stand out in the open and shoot my gun at them. I would rather hide in a house, pretend to be a civilian, avoid the, firepower that's being shot at me, and take my chance, bide my time. So distinction, the principle of distinction is an actually sore point because again, IHL prefers that it happens within states, stand-up fight, right? IHL, if carried out properly, confers advantages to states with stronger, powerful, who are technologically more advanced, because these states are the ones that's going to be winning these stand-up fights. If you're a weaker state, then it's not a good idea for you to abide by the rules of IHL because, well, you're going to get annihilated, right? Like the Iraqi army in the first Gulf War, the second Gulf War, they were out in the open wearing uniforms. Their tanks are out in the desert, out in ditches, and then the American Air Force basically bombed them out of existence without the ground forces. The ground forces intervened, but afterwards, right? So even with the first principle, we see that there is bias in IHL towards states that are strong militaries and are able to have a high level of technology. The second part is protection. Once you've made it clear who is the civilians and who are combatants, and you've made yourself clear as combatants from civilians, then your job is to protect civilians, civilian objects, and protected objects. There's a bunch of this. For example, hospitals, places of worship, arts, cultures, things that have nothing to do with war. In theory, you're supposed to protect them, right? The United Nations peacekeepers, medical personnel, people with the protected emblems of the ICRC, and people with the Red Cross, Red Crescent, or the Red Diamonds. Those are no-nos. Protect those who are no longer taking part in hostilities. If your enemy has been destroyed, if they're wounded and can no longer continue fighting, if they put their hands up, then don't attack them anymore. And also try to limit your means and methods of war. Try to avoid using means and methods of war that are too harmful. Paradoxically, sometimes on this last bit, some methods of war that are banned in international law are okay to use in peacetime. The example is dum-dum rounds or expanding bullets, hollow point rounds. These rounds are made like a normal bullet is basically like this solid chunk of steel with like a penetrating core. It goes through you, tumbles, hits you, great. It's very painful. Hollow point bullets or dum-dum bullets or expanding bullets, they're made with a little bit of a hole in the middle and at the front so that when it hits you, it doesn't stay in one piece, but it's sort of like opens up like a flower, and it hits you and opens up like a flower inside your body. And that's quite nasty because it creates a much bigger wound. It might stick in your body, makes it much more difficult to treat your wounds, makes it much more difficult to take the bullet out. It causes unnecessary suffering. But in civilian applications, there are some who argue that, these are actually good rounds for police. Why? In a police environment, you're always afraid of civilian casualties. So when you shoot someone, ideally you want the bullet to go in and not go out, right? With a normal bullet that's like fairly sharp and straight and stays in one piece, the chances of the bullets going through someone, a target, and then ricocheting off someone else is very high. So you use bullets that expand, right? In police situations, the idea is to nullify your attacker. And sometimes these are people who are, for example, either ideologically motivated, and so are they're less likely to stop. The people who are inebriated, under the effects of alcohol or drugs, whose pain receptors aren't nearly as good anymore. So you want something with a good stopping power, right? When the bullet expands your body, it transfers all that kinetic energy into your body and it pushes you down and stops you much more effectively than a solid bullet. And so hollow point ammunition is not allowed in war, but somehow allowed in peacetime, which is strange in this case. Here, there's a lot of debate, right? Countries always want to maximize their ability to carry out war. And so depending on their doctrine, depending on what resources they use, depending on how much they care about the IHL international law, you'll see that different conventions on like outlawing different types of wars and weapons have different levels of ratification. Some are close, very, 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 very broad, have broad acceptance, and some have very, very poor acceptance because sometimes weapons are just too good to pass up. So that's the second one, protection, right? Once you distinguish who is okay to target, who is not okay to target, protect those that you want to protect those who are not taking direct part, and limit your means of war. Third important principle is precaution. Before you attack something, you have to get information. Are you attacking the right targets? Is your information accurate? And then you have to attempt to try to reduce civilian casualties, civilian objects. If you have two options of, if two bombs would do the job equally well, and one bomb is a lot smaller, then you might want to use the smaller one. There's no point using the bigger one unless it's in the middle of the desert and you're not at risk of attacking anyone. And try to use reasonable means and methods of war. Try to give warning to civilians beforehand, before you shell their city. Try to have truces. Try to allow for evacuation of civilians. Take precautions so that you won't have to target civilians when you're carrying out an attack. And then the final one is proportionality. This is the one that's quite controversial too. Well, not controversial, but it's the one that basically says collateral damage is okay as long as it's proportional, right? Because IHL accepts that people aren't perfect. You will never have perfect information. The realities of war means that civilians are always going to be mixed up with military personnel, and so IHL allows what's called collateral damage, so long as it's not excessive. So military personnel and commanders and soldiers, they're taught to, at least hopefully, they're taught to internalize this idea of weighing the appropriate force to military necessity. There is a military necessity, there is a tactical and strategic aims of war that you are allowed to try to win the war. If taking a bridge, taking a city, blocking a port means winning a war, then okay, we accept that. But you have to try to use the appropriate force. Don't use more force than necessary. When necessity damage, if you carry out an attack that is really disproportionate, like you take out a whole kindergarten if you do while trying to target one or two like terrorists or combatants, then that's quite disproportional, depending on the circumstances. If you do it disproportionately enough, then you can get into trouble. It can be considered a war crime under the Rome Statute, the ICC. If you do it really, really disproportionately, then you might as well be considered as targeting civilians anyway. As in, like, you have so little care for civilian casualties that you carry out your attack in a way that basically it doesn't really matter that you're trying to target a combatant. It's as if you didn't care that there's combatants or not and civilians. And if it's excessive, then you might want to try to avoid attacks which are excessive. So limit your means of attack. So this is the four, I think, most important principles in IHL, and basically most IHL problems will revolve around 1, 2, 3, 4 when it comes to it. The problem is that war sucks. Even as a member of the military, right? Is that kid holding a hand grenade or is that a rock? how long does it take a kid to throw something? 2-3 seconds? How long does it take to fly towards you? Another maybe 2-3 seconds, and then it blows up, right? Soldiers and military commanders, they're always operating in a very difficult environment. Nothing is ever clear. It's not like a video game where everything is lovely. The enemy shows up 5 meters ahead of you wearing a lovely uniform, and then you have like you click a button, then they die. No. It's quite tough. Miss Moderator, how much time do I have left? Just checking.
You still have 10 minutes.
Okay, great. I think if I only have 10 minutes, I'm gonna skip some of this part. But basically, this is an example of the front camera of an Apache attack helicopter. I think this is either in Afghanistan, I think. So sometimes, if you had like only a few seconds and you look at a picture like this, like, can you tell me whether or not you're allowed to target these people or not? Military technology is not perfect. I think there was, if I'm not mistaken, there was during the Kosovo bombing campaign, there was a time when I think a NATO aircraft was attempting to bomb a bridge. And unfortunately, as the bombs were dropped or the missiles were launched, a train was passing through the bridge, and the missile basically hit the bridge and blew it up. In the assessment of whether or not that was lawful to do or not, they got into details as detailed as, for example, how big was the screen on the aircraft that launched the missiles, and how easy was it, based on the size of that screen, to tell, for example, whether or not a train was coming, whether or not how to identify targets. So determination IHL is always extremely difficult, and there's a lot of things that can go wrong. If you have time, I think on your own, there's a very interesting video about, I think I'll give this PowerPoint to the moderators after the event, but there's a very interesting video. This one I don't think has any, I'm pretty sure I checked this one. This one doesn't have any actual violence in it. It just shows people shooting each other. There's actually no casualties, but it's a recording of the radio chatter between a Russian infantry company that was trapped. I think it was in Grozny in Chechnya, and how stressed out they were, how they had to plan, to escape. And there, if you pay attention to it, you might find some IHL violations between the discussions that they were having. But to transition to the topic we have today, just to give a brief overview, that war is increasingly very much not just the military, right? This is an example of Burger King being flown into an American airbase. And the point here is that non-state actors, and particularly corporate actors, are becoming more and more involved in war. This can be in terms of direct combatants. We have private military companies, actual like perseroan terbatas gitu, companies made up of mostly ex-soldiers, who then are contracted by the government. It can be all for things like guarding a guarding like location, guarding people, guarding a convoy, training military personnel, all the way up to direct force, like straight up combat. You have mercenaries being contracted by countries on like a contract basis. You have non-state actors in forms of terrorists, pirates, spies, guerrillas, and other irregular personnel who actively carry out harmful activities to civilians and military objects, but they don't comply with IHL. They don't wear their uniforms, they don't distinguish themselves, they don't wage war in a way that is respected. So you have non-state actors coming into these very, very important roles of up to things like direct combat. You have things, for example, like the private corporations being involved in securing military and sites in the UK, for example. I think they contract some of their security or military installations to private entities, for corporate entities. And in fact, in the war in Iraq, we see that thousands and thousands of private contractors were involved in fairly direct action roles and with guns. So corporations are involved in wars as direct combatants. Corporations are involved also as very, very closely supporting the militaries, right? They provide logistics, things like food, water, fuel, ammunition, all the stuff that a soldier consumes, tissues, wet wipes, things like shaving cream, even things like their clothing. These are all supplied to soldiers in times of war. And if the war is happening somewhere else, then that's not usually a problem. But then when the war gets very close, like if the two countries are next to each other, at what point does the corporate actor become direct combatants, right? Like if I take out a factory that's providing uniforms for the army, is that lawful target or not? Well, it's probably lawful, right? You have things like dual-use objects, transportation hubs, so for like ports, airports, bus stops, railway terminals. These are usually civilian infrastructures, but they might be commandeered in times of war. Power plants, we see like desalination plants. If the area is having problems with water, then these are possibly dual-use objects. They can be used both for civilian activities, but also to support the military activities. And so at one point do you say what's lawful, what's not lawful to target, you know? Everything runs on power, everything runs on energy. If you take out their fuel supplies, then army stops moving. If you take out their power grid, a lot of their facilities stop working. If you take out their satellites, then their communications, navigation information gets hit too. But these also carry a lot of civilian bandwidth, for example. We also have militaries being involved in supplying of armaments, researching technologies, developing technologies. The military industrial complex supplies a lot to the militaries. You know, they provide almost most things that the military requires. And these are mostly like civilian industries. Some of them are traded in the stock markets for massive profit. So we have that, and then we have the bigger, well, not bigger, but like the lingering question in elephant in the room is that wars don't just happen, right? Wars are extensions of politics, of economics. You know, it's very rare that you have a war happen just because people don't like each other. Sometimes it's about territory, but sometimes it's almost always somehow about power and resources. So what does that mean? Well, sometimes you have things like after war happens or war happens, you have extractive industries come in. The like quickest ones to build up. You have like oil companies, gas mining companies. You have companies that do like agriculture. They come in and they start development, either in areas that were recently, okay, 3 more minutes, recently just having a war or just invaded, or as the war was actively going on, or there's still a dispute. You know, you have these companies set up because there's always money to be made, but also that it's an important part of redeveloping the area, right? Because if you just bombed out a place or a country, then they're not going to have a lot of very good companies that are ready to rebuild. And so a lot of times what you see in warfare is that when someone beats someone else, a lot of their companies then come second after the army and such redevelopment, building up roads, building up infrastructure, rebuilding houses, rebuilding schools, rebuilding factories. And like, well, one, they're there, and two, they're part of a plan, right? When you're taking on a war, you're not just going to war to kill someone, you're going to war to take their land and redevelop it. Sometimes you have issues of tactical migration of civilians. You know, after a war, after conflict, or even during a conflict, you might move tons of your civilians to the areas that were just recently populated. You might move their civilians away from that area to make that area more yours. So we have a lot of challenges, I think, in the present day of non-state actors being involved or directly or indirectly in IHL. And as we saw, that leads to a lot of problems because it's very difficult to carry out these 4 principles when it's not clear who the combatants are, and thus who the lawful targets are, and who the civilians are, and thus who are we not allowed to target. So I hope that's a pretty all right and a very brief introduction to IHL. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful and interesting presentation from Mr. Ibrahim. And right now we will move on to the question and answer session. Is it okay?
Yep, of course.
Okay. But maybe before we get into the question and answer, I also have the questions.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Do you think that does the company that you mentioned before could get criminal liability under IHL? Maybe we can save that question and we're gonna move into the Q&A session.
Okay.
So if everyone who wants to ask Mr. Ibrahim about this presentation could raise their hands and I'll give the floor to them.
Okay.
Here we have Rifki Hidayatullah and Karenina Fernandia. Maybe Rifki, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moderator. First of all, I'm sorry that I couldn't turn on my camera because I'm having difficulties for my device. So my question is regarding the companies. As I know that multinational companies are not a subject of international law, there's some debate regarding its status as a subject of international law. Some argue that it has some rights of being a subject of international law, but also there are some that argues that it doesn't have rights or restricted like rights to be an international law subject. So the question is regarding that uh, argument in the international law fields, does multinational companies, have to have to follow the state that is registered to, or does it also follow the rules of the international law?
Okay, I think that is a very clear question. And we'll move on to our second question. Please, Karenina.
Okay, first of all, am I already audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, let me introduce myself. I'm Karenina Fernandia from ALSA Indonesia, and I really want to ask you a question. And I'm really sorry that I cannot turn on my video because I have a little bit inconvenience tonight. But anyways, let's move on to the question. So you have already explained about the armed conflicts, and my question is, just like what you were mentioned before, sometimes the situation is like an armed conflict, but actually not, and in the other way around. Sometimes it is actually not. It is actually looks like not an armed conflict, but actually it is an armed conflict. And my question is, what if in a situation when it is an armed conflict, but it is actually not? No, I mean when it is in the situation when it is not in armed conflicts, but actually it is armed conflicts, and the company is actually also tied with some kind of the government, and also it is causes the company to look like the proposition for the government, even though they are actually not. They're just in their natural way, but somehow they've got blacklisted and somehow looks like in the government team, and it makes them looks like they want to start an armed conflicts with some organization, some other organization, and it is actually not in their own way, and it is actually out of the organization control. And how could we do it, and how could we clear, and how could the organization clear the situation and makes it not like they're in some kind of site anymore? Thank you. It is my question.
Okay, thank you. Do you still have questions?
I think three is good to start, no? If there's too many, I might forget.
Okay. Then the floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think we'll have time for a second round of questions. So I think if I can summarize the three questions, one is what laws do companies have to follow in like terms of IHL wise? Two, I think can companies held liable? This is a combination of I think Vanakesa's question and was it Rifki or Rizky ya tadi? Yeah.
Rifki.
Yeah. And then the third one is that in unclear armed conflict situations, what can companies do? What can they be responsible at? I think, right, if I'm not mistaken. So the first rule is that companies always have to follow the rules of where they're operating in, right? So the host states or the home state of the company, they have to follow those laws. Hopefully, if the home state of the company has ratified IHL treaties, then that might happen. But on the other side, most international humanitarian law is custom. So even if something is already custom, then it doesn't really matter whether or not a country has ratified them or not. Then anyone has it applies in their territory, unless that country is a persistent objector, in which case it's going to get complicated. But essentially, in theory, companies always have to comply with the host state laws, and that means that the host or home state laws. And that means that if the home state or host state has ratified IHL treaties, then they have to comply with that. they're also under an obligation, or at least states are under an obligation to make sure that companies are following human rights law for the most part. But if they're not, then at least we can fall back on customary international law. So either way, technically it applies, but you'll find that the problem is enforcement. I think the second question is very interesting. Can companies be held liable? There's two levels to this. One is when you say liability, do you mean like actual? There's two levels, right? There's liability in the normal sense, the normal corporate sense, but then you have criminal liability, and then there's international criminal liability. If a whole country is liable for like under like normal private law, you'll find that sometimes when people exercise government actions, they become immune, right? In some countries, police are immune from lawsuits because they're carrying out, as long as they're carrying out government functions, they're carrying out law enforcement, they're immune from lawsuits. Armies, soldiers are sometimes immune from the civilian jurisdiction, and they're only tribal in military because they're carrying out state actions. So in this sense, many have argued that if a company was carrying out military actions in war, then they would also be immune as long as they're working for the government. If they're not working for the government, then they're not immune. You can sue them normally. So normal private law liability is not something that I'm too familiar with. But when we come to, like, for example, international criminal liability, then international law usually begins to care a lot more if you've breached war crimes. So the most important of these war crimes are now enshrined in the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. I think mostly they're in Article 8 for war crimes. So when you're talking about can companies be held liable, the International Criminal Court's jurisdiction is only to people. For example, so you'll find that a corporation cannot be tried in its entirety in the International Criminal Court because it only deals with like natural persons. So that's the first barrier, right? In a sense, this is also the bane of the idea of the limited liability company is one that's very dangerous because it's one that allows you to separate and distribute responsibility to so many people that it's difficult to find out who is responsible, right? Let's say a programmer makes an AI program that like tells friend from foe, oh, this robot can kill this guy, this robot can kill that guy, when to kill, when not to kill. Well, then who's at fault? Is it the programmer? Is it the manager that supervises the programmer? Is it the product manager that manages the development cycle of that software? Is it the CEO or the higher level manager who came up with the idea of developing this thing? Is it the CEO for having the company? Is it the shareholders for having like picked the CEO? Is it the client that contracts out and asks for this thing to be developed or not? So when it's normal IHL in terms of military personnel, then the chain of command is usually very, very clear, right? Soldiers answer to their superiors, and up to the general. So chain of commands are always responsible, always clear, and everyone in that chain is responsible. But usually when it comes to ICC, only the most responsible people are held responsible. But in a company or in corporate settings, responsibility is diluted to such an extent that it's very difficult to tell who's responsible to what extent because everyone's doing a little bit of something. The second part is how much they contribute, right? That's the chain of command part. The second is contribution. Modern international criminal law recognizes two forms of attribution, either individual criminal responsibility or superior responsibility. Individual responsibility stretches from you do it directly to all the way this vague notion of like in any other way contributes, aids, abets, or facilitates a crime. It remains to be seen to what extent corporate entities can contribute, aid, or abet to crimes, or in other way facilitate crimes, because this is a very newly developing area of law. And I think one of the challenges is that, right? Because what is the argument? To what extent can you hold someone liable for this? So that answer is still a bit up in the air. The second one for superior responsibility is when someone high up in the chain of command fails to prevent or punish an action. If it's the military, then the standard is that they knew or should have known. Why? Because militaries always have good communications. That's the one thing differentiating them. Militaries have chains of commands, hierarchies, communications goes up, down very, very clearly. For civilian superiors, failure to prevent or punish only occurs when they either knew or willfully disregarded information, right? So that's the second problem. When a company does something wrong, or at least the superior in the company does something wrong, how do you prove that they willfully disregard it? Because the requirement for them to have like strict liability almost of like should have known is not there for civilians, because it's assumed that civilians don't have the same degree of control to participate in war as a military does, which is not always correct, because some companies have very, very good and clear chains of commands, and there's a lot of emails that go around, right? So this is where also like IHL is lacking, right? So again, goes back to the idea that IHL really prefers it if only countries go to war and no one else is involved. But then the reality is never like that. The third question, sorry, can you rephrase the third question for me? I kind of forgot now. Either maybe Vanakesa, the moderator, or the person with the question, can you just rephrase it for me again?
Please, Karenina.
Okay, hello, sorry, I'm not hearing it too.
Yes, hello. Can you say the question again?
Oh yes, I'm sorry, I didn't listen to it before. My question is, what if the situation is like an armed conflict, but actually it is not, but the organization or the authorities seems like they are on the other side. They are on the government side, and it seems like they really want to be on the other side on the armed conflict, and it started to make like they're on the opposition side, but actually they are not, because it is an armed conflict, but it is actually not an armed conflict, because like you were mentioning before, sometimes it is look like an armed conflict, but actually the situation it is not like that, but it is make it looks like a conflict, and the organization it looks like they are siding on the government side, but actually they are not. How to clear that situation?
Oh, that's a bit tough. So the first problem is that here's the fun thing about armed conflicts. No one really knows when an armed conflict happens until someone with authority says it happened, right? So this is a standard, right? Is there use of force between states? And then is there whatchamacallit? Is there an arm? Is there a protected struggle, conflict between a state and an organized armed group? There's no bell that automatically rings that says, "Oh, it's an armed conflict," right? It's a judgment. It's a judgment. So it's sort of after the fact, right? If the UN says that it's an armed conflict, then it's usually a good idea that it's an armed conflict. If the ICRC assesses something to be an armed conflict, that's or like IC experts, probably that's correct. If an international criminal tribunal says it's an armed conflict, then yeah, at that point it's an armed conflict. But then you never really know when something is legit proper an armed conflict, because the only time when that happens, for clarity's sake, is when someone's going to court, right? When someone's going to court and says you're being charged with war crimes, one of the elements we have to prove beyond reasonable doubt is that there existed an armed conflict and you did a war crime in that context. In any other circumstances, the standard of proof is not beyond reasonable doubt. If it's in the UN, if it's in the LNGOs, they might not go through the same rigorous discussion as a court might have with different conflicting facts. And so really, armed conflicts, you can only really tell them when after the fact they happen, and is ideally after a court judgment says it happened and that it's been argued about in a forum with clear legal rules. If a company is tight with the government and it's playing both sides, what can we do? Well, it's quite tough, right? Because if it's not an armed conflict, then I guess normal human rights law applies, normal laws apply, state of emergency apply. But if it's an armed conflict, then technically everyone has to comply with IHL. If the company is, I mean, honestly, if a company like a modern company with like, if say Samsung with its power structure and its uniforms and everything, it just for some reason suddenly changes one day that everyone in Samsung now suddenly has a gun, then that looks like to be a very organized armed group, very rich, very capable, very much has a chain of command that is being followed. So I think that companies are very much able to become organized armed groups in the context of armed conflict. I mean, during the Russia-Ukraine war, we have like the show that was the Wagner PMC almost trying to stage a coup d'etat against the Russian government and stopping. And then the founder and the head was put on made peace and then went on a plane, and the plane got shot down. So companies are very much able to participate in war. They are able to, for example, I imagine they are able to create non-international armed conflicts, and if they are controlled by governments, to a sufficient degree and they carry out hostile actions against other governments, then yeah, you could possibly be an international armed conflict too. So I think companies have that potential now, I think. I mean, even back in the day, during colonialism, the East India Company, the Dutch East India Company, these were basically almost sovereign states in themselves and able to carry out war and peace and make treaties and govern massive chunks of land with the graces of their parent government. So I think that can companies become active actors again? Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I think there is quite an answer for Karenina. And we still have a little bit of time to open another one question from Radia. Muhammad Radia,
Yes.
please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I want to ask related about the NGO. Sorry if the question is have been discussed before, but because I had a network problem before. When there is a company that helps a country in war, can the another state or another country of in the war attack the companies or the NGO? Because earlier you said that the warring party must be able to distinguish the enemy and not the enemy, right? So my question is it allowed the other country can attack the companies that supported a war? Thank you.
So it's two countries. Okay, sorry. So it's two countries, and then one of the companies is helping one country, and then can they attack? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How many more questions are we taking, Miss Vanakesa?
Just one.
Oh, just one.
Yes, please.
Okay, fantastic. I think that the short answer is that the more direct that company is helping out, the more that they are able to be targeted. If the company is an active private military contractor company, it's full of troops, ex-soldiers, then yeah, definitely take them out. If they are, for example, being contracted to supply fuel, being contracted to supply ammunition, being contracted to supply materials of war for for an army, then yeah, most likely they are able to be targeted. If they are manufacturing companies, like in World War II, we saw, for example, a lot of the German and Kawasaki Heavy Industries, Mitsubishi, these like civilian companies that were or like in Germany, it was like Volkswagen, Porsche, Henkel, Messerschmitt. They also made like civilian products. They were heavily involved in the war effort. And yeah, if they are producing items that are directly useful for war, they are able to be targeted. Back then, the laws were a bit more like, not as strict anymore. So you could carpet bomb, or at least a lot of these factories were carpet bomb, including the cities they were in. But in modern international law, as long as you take precautions to target the factories and try to minimize civilian casualties when it happens, as long as the factories are producing materials directly related to war effort, then yeah. So then the question you have to ask is, how directly are they contributing? Are they directly participating in hostilities or not? If the answer is yes, then yes. If the answer is no, then there's more and more of these requirements and the principles that come into play before you're able to target them lawfully.
Okay. I think with that answer, it concludes the first session today. And I already closed for the question and answer session.
Maybe can I follow up questions?
I'm so sorry, during the time left. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You can ask another question on the second session. And right now, I would like to summarize the first session. International humanitarian law governs the conduct of armed conflict and seeks to limit its effect on both combatants and non-combatants. Armed conflict has been a part of human history, but while war has traditionally been allowed, it is increasingly regulated to restrict the methods and means of warfare. One of the key turning points in the development of modern IHL was the Battle of Solferino, after which Henry Dunant founded the ICRC, laying the groundwork for the humanitarian principles that underpin IHL today. In modern conflicts, non-state actors such as insurgents or terrorist groups are often involved, either by supporting combatants or by engaging directly in hostilities. Private companies too are playing an increasingly significant role in armed conflict, providing logistical support, weapons, medical supplies, and even personnel to warring parties, which continues to present challenges for the effective implementation and enforcement of ICHL. And I think that's all. Right now, we're gonna move to next session, that is e-plaque handover and documentation. But first, Mr. Ibrahim, can you stop your presentation?
Yep. Let me just find the button to do so.
Okay.
Stop. There we go.
Okay. We will have the e-plaque handover, and I'm allowed the committee for the e-plaque session.
Do I have to have my hands out, or like what's the position
Yeah,
to
please.
receive the e-plaque? Okay, so here, please. Let me know when the e-plaque has been electronically given, so I can put it in my pocket.
Okay. Okay. Probably maybe they will send it to you in a university.
Okay, fantastic.
Oh, there we go. This is the e-plaque handover. Thank you very much for your participation, for your wonderful and inspiring presentation. Thank you, and may God bless you, Mr. Ibrahim Hanif. On behalf of the committee, I will really warmly thanking you. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. I was wondering, would Professor Castermans require me to hang around a bit in case we want to have a discussion, or is it okay for me to go? So.
Oh, well, you can stay in this Zoom meeting if you want to.
Okay, I'll hang around for a bit then.
Oh, okay.
Let me tell to Professor Hanif that I really enjoyed your contribution, and it's certainly very helpful for me to give the second lecture. It was a perfect bridge to discussing the position of corporations. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ibrahim. And right now, we will move on to the second session. This second session will be led by Dr. Natalia as the moderator, and Dr. Natalia Lengkong as HMH is a lecturer of international law at Universitas Samratulangi Indonesia. Without further ado, Dr. Natalia, you may now have the floor.
Okay, Fana. Thank you. 你好吗? How's China?
Yeah, well, it's great.
Yeah, okay. Glad to hear that. So, okay, guys, we move to our second speaker. So it's we have a 6-hour difference, right? From the Netherlands at Leiden. Meneer Kastemans, Professor. Hi, I'm Natalia. I'll be hosting you today. So I will read the rule of engagement of this discussion. So Prof. Kasterman will be representing for 45 minutes. Then I will open this question and answer session according to how much who will be have questions for 15 minutes. So 15 minutes. So I will read first the Professor Kasterman a short curriculum vitae. So Professor Kasterman is a professor of private law at Leiden University, Netherlands. He is interested in interaction between European law and Dutch private law, as well as the interaction between national private and public law, because everyday cases show how difficult it is to reconcile rules of different sources, both international and national. In several publications, he focused on corporate social responsibility. So, Professor Kasterman, 45 minutes time is yours.
Thank you so much, Professor Natalia. Thank you for introducing me. A big thank you to the organizers of this wonderful conference. And let me say that I enjoyed not only Mr. Hanif's lecture, but also the wonderful music that made this conference already so inspiring. Thank you very much. I'm asking the organization, is my PowerPoint ready? Because I shared it with you, but I don't see it on the screen. Is it possible that you put it on the screen? Otherwise, I will do it without. Could anybody help me out on this point? Is Daniela or
Hi, excuse me.
operator?
So the organizing team is currently on the process to share your presentation screen. Thank you.
That's good.
Nggak ada charge Type C. Eh,
I'm sorry for the time, Professor. Panitia, hello.
Hi, how are you? Can I help?
How's Leiden today, Professor? Panitia, Daniela.
Okay, so allow me to share screen about the PowerPoint presentation. Very sorry for the delay. This has been received by the team. Okay, I would like to confirm beforehand, is the PowerPoint visible?
For me, it's visible. And can I also use, am I allowed to navigate the PowerPoint? That's great, thank you. Anybody there to confirm that I can use it, or is somebody of the organization able to navigate through the PowerPoint? That will be possible also.
I think the organizing committee will continue the PowerPoint with your comments.
Good. Then I will do that. Thank you so much. Let's just start then right away. As Ibrahim Hanif already said, businesses are involved in armed conflicts. And when I think about doing business in conflict zones, I think about businesses that supply the weapons and the military stuff to the armed groups, the states or other groups. They may be confronted, businesses, with embargoes. The international community may forbid doing business with certain countries, with certain groups, because they want to build up pressure on countries or groups to cease their armed conflict. Those two topics will not be addressed by me today because they are subject of international public law on a national level. I would like to focus on businesses that face the violation of human rights during armed conflicts. I think the perspective of my lecture will be human rights. It's not the international humanitarian law. It's the protection of life, the protection of family life, the all kinds of other human rights, like the rights of certain groups, minorities. You may even think about the environment, children's rights, women's rights. They're all involved in conflicts and armed conflicts. And I would like to discuss how businesses are supposed to deal with the possible or the real violation of human rights in armed conflicts. Now, you may consider this a very peculiar question, because how come that businesses have to take into account the possible violation of human rights? Human rights, we all learned, I think, at our law schools, are something for states, for governments. They have to respect human rights of persons. And I think the development in international law, but also in private law, the past few decades, have been to a situation in which human rights are acknowledged as rights that have to be taken into account by businesses as well. And I would like to discuss that development with you. May I have the next slide, please? Because it was already in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, I think. This document, made up by the assembled United Nations in 1948 in Paris. The first article of this document reads, "All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience, and then should act towards each other in a spirit of brotherhood." Next slide, please. This was the first article. If we move to the next slide, yeah, there is Article 29. Sorry, the one before. This is going to be kind of a play. Could you go back, please? Yeah, there it is, 29. 29 is one of the last articles of the Universal Declaration. It reads, "Everyone has duties to the community in which alone the free and full development of his personality is possible." If you look at those articles, Article 1 and Article 29, they make clear that it is not the government in the first place that is there to protect the civilians, persons, possibly in an armed conflict, but it's also the community, the other civilians, people, everyone. They have to take into account human rights. So here in the very Universal Declaration of Human Rights, there is already this insight that human rights is not a matter of governments alone, but also a matter of civilians to take care of each other. It's already there. Perhaps in 48, one was a bit skeptical about this Universal Declaration of Human Rights because governments, well, there was no duty for governments in it whatsoever. Duties came later in all kinds of treaties on human rights, but in this Universal Declaration, there was none. But here there are duties for the civilians themselves. that was a bit of a disappointment back in 48. And if we look at it now, I think it's a very modern thought. Let's go to the next slide, please. Because what it tells us is that human rights protection is something for civilians as well. And what I would like to discuss now with you is what counts for human beings, about what counts for everyone. Does it count for abstractions like corporations as well? Are corporations um, obliged to respect human rights? Let's go to the next slides, please. And the simple answer is yes, to a certain extent they are. And I think that's what the topic of corporate social responsibility is about. We used to think about corporations as entities that would have only one purpose, that is making profit for their shareholders. So corporations are there as an abstraction, as an economic entity, able to build up an organization, shield a bit the persons working in this corporation, but with their main idea is making profits for the shareholders of the corporation. Now, in the past decades, I must say, the idea became more and more important that corporations not only should take care of their own profits on behalf of their shareholders, but also should keep an eye on the effects of their business on society, and they should take responsibility for that. So corporate social responsibility refers to companies, any business, any sector, taking responsibility for their impact on society, for the consequences of their business decisions for society. Let's go to the next slide, please. It is social responsibility. Corporations are supposed to think about the effects of doing business on society. And what is then the goal is to maximize, to create shared value, not only for the shareholders, the owners, but also for society, that is to say, the stakeholders and society at large. Who are the stakeholders? Well, those who are involved with the impact of the business on society. Think about the community where a corporation is residing or doing business. Think about the environment, think about the employees, the labor unions, if there are any, non-governmental organizations who are guarding the interests of certain groups, like the local communities, like the environment. These are the stakeholders of a corporation, and corporations are supposed to weigh and balance their wish to create as much as profit as possible for the shareholders, but also to enhance the position of the local communities, of the employees, of the environment, etc. That is social responsibility. Then we are talking about responsibility. Let's go to the next slide. Responsibility, it is the next slide, please. This is very hard for lawyers, for law students. We are not necessarily talking about legal responsibility. Corporate social responsibility it presupposes that corporations abide by the law. They respect the applicable legislation. Like Professor Hanif said, the local laws need to be respected by corporations. But corporate social responsibility is something more. It is not limiting the responsibility of corporations to the law. It goes beyond the law. They are willing to take into account the interests of all their stakeholders, the local community, the civilians, the employees, above what the law desires from those corporations. And they should be willing to be transparent about it, to tell the public, to tell the stakeholders what exactly they are doing, and how they are doing, and why they are doing the things that they decided to do, and are willing to be accountable, to express themselves and go into discussions with their stakeholders to discuss whether this route they choose is the best one possible. So responsibility is not necessarily legal responsibility. It is also something beyond the law. It is the willingness to be transparent and to be accountable, to discuss the business decisions with stakeholders. Then let's go to the next. Because corporate social responsibility became an international topic. It is a topic for the United Nations. It's a topic for the OECD, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. It's a topic for the European Community, and I bet that it's also a topic that is discussed in the Asian continent. If you look at the documents of the European Union, and you will find a link to the European policy document on corporate social responsibility, you will discover that a very specific framework has been developed in the field of corporate social responsibility, mainly consisting of guidelines for corporations, how to relate to the topic of human rights, environment, employees' rights as a corporation, mainly multinational corporation, doing business not only in the home country but on a global scale. How should I live up to my corporate social responsibility? There is a huge pile of documents that give information, guidelines mainly for those enterprises, and they are summed up here of the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, the United Nations Global Compact. Let's discuss these documents for a while. The next slide, please. The first one I would like to discuss is the United Nations initiative to bring together insights from all over the world on the role of businesses with regard to human rights. This was, next slide please, done by a Harvard professor, business studies, Professor Ruggie, and he held and organized various meetings and discussions throughout the world. Next slide, please. So we can see who Professor Ruggie is. Is it possible to give the next slide, please? Something is, yeah, there he is, Professor Ruggie. Unfortunately, he passed away recently, but he did this tremendous job of finding what the common core, the framework for business and human rights could be. Next slide, please. And this work was based on the idea that the protection of human rights worldwide is, of course, in the hands primarily of the governments, the states. It's the state's duty to protect human rights. But it is difficult to do so because there are many obstacles in the protection of human rights, sometimes because the evil forces in this world protecting or threatening people, threatening minorities, threatening the environment are large and unpredictable. So not all the states, perhaps no state is able on its own to protect the human rights entirely. So what the United Nations at one point in time decided to accept is that corporations have a role to play as well, especially those corporations that are multinational, that have an enormous impact on society. And the idea has been risen that corporations have a duty to respect human rights as well. And that is what corporate social responsibility turns about. Is about. It's a framework for corporations to respect human rights. And this document, the guiding principles on business and human rights, given a framework for corporations to fulfill their responsibility. Next slide, please. And the main part of this framework is that corporations should do due diligence. They should investigate the impact of their business decisions constantly. So every time they decide to do business in a certain country, to renew a contract with a certain partner in another country, every time they should think about the consequences of this specific decision. That means that they have to look at the context of the country. Is there any risk of human rights violations in this country? Is there a risk, particular in the field of activities of the multinational? So they should investigate the impact of their business decision in this specific country, in this specific context. What impact could it have on the local communities, on the position of employees, on the environment, for example? They should not also do this with regard to their own activities, but they should also look into the impact of the activities of their business partners. So if you are doing business abroad in another country, you align with a certain other corporation or a governmental organization, you should investigate what are they doing in order to enhance the position of human rights in the country I'm dealing with. So this is what is called the due diligence obligation of companies, with the result that they get information about possible threats, about the risks of human rights violations. And the next step is that you try to think about how to minimize a possible negative impact on the human rights conditions of the country where I'm doing business. So next slide, please. Once you have gained this information, you will be able to draw up a policy and see how you and decide how you should adjust your decisions or to organize your activities in another way in order to make the negative impact on human rights conditions as little as possible. And then, as a last step, once you've done that, you should monitor and audit what is happening afterwards. So once you make the decision, I'm going to do business in a certain context, in a certain country, and I took care that I minimized the risk of human rights violations to very small extent, then you should monitor whether this expectation really comes through. And if not, you should go back and adjust your decisions and activities once again. So this is the core of the corporate social responsibility framework of the United Nations, and I think it has been a model for all kinds of other documents. Let's move to the next slide, please. A second initiative of the United Nations was the United Nations Global Compact. It was an initiative of the President of the United Nations, the Secretary General, Kofi Annan, who invited the business community to commit themselves to the United Nations initiatives with regard to business and human rights. Next slide, please. The United Nations drew up 10 principles for corporations that they should take into account in their doing business. Some with regard to human rights, employees' rights, the environment, and the battle against corruption. And the Secretary General asked multinational companies, other companies, to commit themselves to these 10 principles. With the result that thousands of companies promised to the United Nations expressly that they would keep an eye on those 10 principles, but not only that, they also would report every one or 2 years to the United Nations on their activities in this field. So all the companies that commit themselves to the 10 principles of the Global Compact of the United Nations, they promised to report on this once or every 2 years. And if you would like to see if this promise has come through, you can go to the website of the United Nations Global Compact. You will find a database of several of those companies with their annual, biannual reports on their activities in the fields of protecting the human rights. So this has caused an enormous amount of information about all kinds of projects throughout the world with regard to the protection of human rights. It also turned into a kind of a platform for international corporations where they could share their experiences in the field. And so what you also have, next slide please, is a report on the problems that companies have experienced in the field of armed conflicts. So what are companies supposed to do in the situation of an armed conflict? All the information that is gathered by the United Nations in the context of the Global Compact has been assembled in this report of the United Nations Global Compact on the responsible business in conflict-affected and high-risk areas. So this is, if you are working in a company or if you are advising a government on what you expect from companies, you could go to this website, go to the guidance that has been written a couple of years ago already, and you will find the main findings there, and that could inspire your company or your government with regards to the role of businesses in conflict-affected and high-risk areas. It is a bit of they are not really concrete, the guidelines that have been assembled in this document. They are a bit abstract, actually. But what it says is really in line with these business guiding principles of the United Nations, they urge companies to constantly look into the question what the impact of their decisions is. And you could apply that, these same principles can be applied in the matter of armed conflicts and high-risk areas. So the whole idea of due diligence, looking into the impact of your business decisions with a view to armed conflicts is perfectly applicable in the situation of armed conflicts as well. So I was really surprised when I heard Ibrahim Hanif talk about the company who is delivering shaving cream to an army, to a governmental organization that is involved in an armed conflict. But the supplier of shaving cream may ask itself, what actually is the impact of doing business with an army supplying shaving cream? The first idea may be, well, who cares? Soldiers have to shave themselves, want to shave themselves. So what is the problem? I'm merely supplying the army with shaving cream. But the Global Compact, the United Business Principles really ask to look further and see how this is perceived and what really happens through your intervention as a company delivering shaving cream to an army. What does this really mean? What is the real effect? And if there is, if it is a matter of contributing to keeping this conflict alive, you may have to turn to the question, is this the best business deal that I could make? Or can I, in one way or the other, contribute to enhance the situation of this armed conflict? Can I contribute to discussions? Can I, in one way or the other, make the right persons aware of alternatives for this? So this is what happens by applying the United Nations business principles and the 10 principles of the Global Compact, and sharing the information on the platform that Global Compact wants to be. It may come to the point that corporations are taking part in the discussion with the relevant partners, whether this conflict should come to an end or perhaps could be done in a better way than at present it's developing. Next slide, please. The same goes for the relation of this company with the government. The same guidance report of the Global Compact also has some suggestions, some guidelines for companies to relate themselves with the governments involved. And that's also a very nice example of how the United Nations Global Compact gives some guidelines to companies to relate to the armed conflict involved. Let's go and move a little bit further because I think I'm running out of time. Dr. Natalia,
No, sir, you still have 20 minutes.
Oh, good. Could you go to the next slide, please? And go to the OECD, the first OECD slide that is possible. That's the next one, I think. Could you go one further? Please. Here you see a nice example in this report, concrete example, how a company could react to certain situations. But I'm asking for the next slide, please. Here we are. I now would like to draw the attention to the OECD, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, based in Paris. Some 51 countries are member of the OECD, some based in Asia. And they developed quite some decades ago the guidelines for multinational enterprises on responsible business conduct. And June last year, they submitted a new version of the guidelines. You will find it on the internet with more detailed than the business principles of the United Nations, in more detail, guidelines and a commentary on that, on how corporations should relate to possible human rights violations. Let's go to the next slide. They're still not a matter of law. It's all voluntary. It's all beyond the law. They're all based on the idea that companies have to live up to local laws. That goes without saying. But the OECD guidelines, like the United Nations business principles, they ask companies to look beyond the law and see what they can do to contribute to the respect for human rights. The guidelines, next slide, please, have specific guidelines for the respect for human rights. It's chapter 4 of the OECD guidelines. So that's, for me as an older lawyer, it's mind-blowing that human rights are now also rights that have to be taken into account by companies. I've been raised in my faculty of law that human rights are something for states and something for governments. They should protect their civilians. And now here, bluntly, the OECD, like the United Nations, really state that human rights should be a concern for governments, for corporations as well. And they help the corporations because the guidelines here are followed by a commentary with all kinds of guidelines for corporations with regards to their due diligence. Again, due diligence, or their research into the consequences of their business decisions. How should you perform this due diligence? What should you do with the information gained by the due diligence? How should you relate to your stakeholders, to the local community, to environmental organizations, etc.? And then in this commentary on the human rights chapter, next slide, please, you will see some attention for armed conflicts. It says, depending on circumstances, enterprises may need to consider additional standards, so not only the human rights standards. For instance, enterprises should respect the human rights of individuals belonging to specific groups or populations that require particular attention, where they may have adverse human rights impacts on them. Moreover, now it comes, in situations of armed conflict, enterprises, they should respect the standards of international humanitarian law. So here we are. Ibrahim explained to us what international humanitarian law is about. There is this gray zone, he said, there's this gray zone where we don't know whether this is an armed conflict, who is involved, is it an army, is it a group, are there corporations involved, private law corporations? What laws should apply in such a situation? And here we are, the OECD stating that in such a case, enterprises should respect not only the human rights standards involved, but also the standards of international humanitarian law. What we are reading here is something that the 51 member states of the OECD agreed upon. They committed themselves to take this rule, this guideline back to their home countries and address corporations in this way. You should take into account the standards of international humanitarian law. And that is not a law, that is not hard law. This is all what we call soft law, but with the right communication tools and with some other policy instruments that you have of a government, it is a matter of mobilizing the business community to accept that this is what we expect them to do nowadays. But it is soft law, which doesn't mean that courts, private law courts of countries, national private law courts, that have to deal with possible human rights violations or the violations of international humanitarian law, may face a claim of, for example, the people who suffered from the victims of human rights human rights violations or violations of international humanitarian law will hold the corporation responsible for their role in this armed conflict. Perhaps they sold shaving cream to the army, but it'd be more. They possibly paid huge sums of money to be able to continue their businesses, even though there is an armed conflict going on. And then the possibly non-governmental organizations or the victims themselves go to the court of the country where a multinational is residing and hold the company responsible for the damages that has been suffered by for example, the local communities. And what you see happening in some countries at this moment is that courts, judges are willing to take into account these OECD guidelines when designing a duty of care for the multinational companies to protect civilians against violations of human rights. So this is something that is going on. And what we see is that gradually soft law like these guidelines is turning into hard law applied by courts to give a ground for a claim for damages on the basis of a duty of care of multinational companies. So this is something that is going on, and it's turning into hard law actually in the European Union, because last summer the European institutions declared a directive on responsible business conduct, also demanding corporations to conduct proper due diligence in the cases where there may be a case of human rights violation. So with a proper definition of what human rights violations are, companies in Europe, multinational companies, are now obliged by law, by the directive of the European Union, to conduct proper due diligence activities and then adjust their company's organization and business decisions according to the information they gained by following this due diligence procedure. And if they do not live up to this obligation, they may be held liable in court for the damages suffered by the uh, people who suffered damages from violations of the human rights violations. I'm sorry, I'm mixed up a bit, but I hope you got the message. Let's move on to the next slide, please. The nice thing about the OECD guidelines is that they have a complaint mechanism. Every member state of the OECD has a national contact point, and as a victim or a non-governmental organization, you can file a complaint at this national contact point. So if there is some armed conflict somewhere in Asia, for example, and you find that there is a multinational a company involved in this company in one way or the other, you can file a complaint at the national contact point in the country where they are residing, and if you have indications that they do not live up to the guidelines by the OECD, the guidelines for multinational corporations, the national contact point will look into the complaint and come up with a report on this. Next slide, please. So you can go to the OECD website, you will find this database of specific instances. And then if you fill in, for example, the words conflict affected or high risk areas, you will find some cases that have already been dealt with by the OECD national contact points.
Excuse me, Professor, you still have 5 minutes more.
Okay, thank you. Well, we round up. Next slide, please. So I looked into one of the cases of the Canadian national contact point. And what you see here is that there has been a non-governmental organization that complained that a Canadian multinational company was doing business in Ethiopia in times of an armed conflict, and they said by doing business in Ethiopia and paying taxes to the Ethiopian government, they were in one way or the other aiding or abetting the Ethiopian government in a nasty armed conflict, harming minorities in the country. Next slide, please. And what you see happening here at the national contact point, this non-governmental organization and this company were invited to discuss the situation in Ethiopia and discuss the ways that this company should deal with the situation. Next slide, please. And this is what happened. The company agreed to come to the national contact point with the non-governmental organization, and they discussed the way the company had operated in Ethiopia and how it could further its attempts to deal with the very specific situation of Ethiopia and be transparent with that. So have contact with regional stakeholders, discuss the situation in Ethiopia, and then adjust your beings and doings in the country. Next slide, please. And this is what happened. They consented to strengthen their due diligence activities in Ethiopia. Next slide, please. Yeah, the recommendation, there it is. And they lived up apparently to the recommendations of this Canadian national contact point. So this is actually happening. Human rights being respected by multinational companies, not only human rights, but also international humanitarian law. And it really shakes up the international companies who are reluctant, perhaps at first, to see themselves as part of the situation. And we now are all aware that multinational companies may be part of the situation and that they have to deal with that in a way that will respect the human rights involved and the international humanitarian law. So, Dr. Natalia, that is my contribution to today, and perhaps to the next slide. I would like to thank you for your attention, and perhaps there are questions.
Okay, thank you, Professor Casterman. This is a new knowledge for us because in our classical international humanitarian law, we're just talking about state to state and state to non-state actor exclude the companies. So now we have a new knowledge for that. So now I will open 2 sessions for question and answer, and each session will be 2 or 3 speakers. Yeah, you may raise your hand. So, okay, we have Dio Pratama, we have Adeline, and we have Karenina for first session. First session for question and answer. Maybe Muhammad, you will be in the next session. So, Dio, time's yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor, and also for the professor for the comprehensive, substantial material for today. And I'm so very interested with this topic. Okay, for the from the previously material, we can know that CSR is very important to be executed in the a whole of human life. But we must knowing that when we are talking about the corporate social responsibility for the companies, we also talking for other stakeholders participation to ensuring that CSR should be well executed, such as communities, media, academics, and for all the government itself. And my question is how the way and mechanism that could be adopted from the companies to ensuring and make sure the safety condition for another participation of stakeholders in armed conflict proof, because this is very important when we are talking about CSR. It's a lot of participation and stakeholders that we must engage them. So how the way that companies should be actively make ensured safety condition itself. Is there any minimal standard whose the company must be achieved, Prof? Maybe that's enough for my from my questions. Thank you, Doctor, for
Okay,
the
thank you,
opportunity.
Dio. Excuse me, Professor Casterman, are we collecting the 3 questions? Okay.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. So next, please, Adeline.
Thank you for the time and the material, Professor. My question is, I'm going to ask about a specific case. I'm hoping that you know about the Sundial project. It is a project from America where they are making a bomb project that could potentially wipe out half of the world. So my question is, in order for a company to comply with its CSR principles and maintain its human approach, should it retract from involving in the Sundial project as a whole, considering that this project can foreseeably wipe out almost all of the entire world? And also, if I were the opponent in the chamber 1, I would just like say that my company can just profit from this project and blame it on the chain of command. I would like to see your opinion on this, Professor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Adrian Gonta. So the last in this station, please, Karenina.
Okay, thank you. I'm Karenina from Malta, Indonesia, and my question is exactly about the recent global conflict, such as the ongoing war in Ukraine and also the crisis in the Middle East. My question is, how can corporate social responsibility could initiatives by the multinational corporations support the protections of civilians? I mean, like the enforcement of humanitarian law and the provision of aid in compliance with international legal standards. And also, what are the strategies can corporations adopt to ensure their supply chains, investments, and partnerships do not exacerbate these conflicts, while actively contributing to post-conflict recently, like in Ukraine and also in Middle East, by recovery and also have sustainable peace-building efforts? Thank you.
Thank you, Karenina. So, please, Professor Kasterman, time's yours. Yeah, you still mute, Professor. Okay.
These are wonderful questions, and they really touch upon the core of the entire framework of responsible business conduct. It's about how do we design the mechanism of responsible business conduct and protect also the stakeholders involved in discussions, take care of the safety. Actually, as Dio asked me, you have to discuss really tough questions like is a company willing and allowed to take part in the development of a disastrous bomb? Are you as a company willing and or allowed to well, even if it's only a tiny part of such a process, to be involved in that? And then also you could expand this to the present day nowadays conflicts in the Ukraine and Israel, Syria, Iran, and Lebanon. What about your business relationships with Israel or Syria or Iran? And aren't you aiding and abetting the various governments and groups to go on with their disastrous activities? Now, I think we must stay modest. CSR doesn't have the answer to every question. We are really at the beginning of to see what it's going to bring us. And the very first step is that companies are getting involved in the discussion, that they do not take it for granted, that they have a business opportunity to take part in the development and the production.
You're back on the mute mode, Professor. Sorry.
Sorry. I don't know where it stopped, but I think we are at the beginning of this of this process of corporate social responsibility, and we are modest in the expectations. But the core thing is at this moment that corporations can no longer hide behind their private law shield and say, well, we just have a business opportunity. We are able to contribute to a technical development, and perhaps my customer is using this device that I'm designing for disastrous courses. Yeah, it is also your responsibility, and you have to think about it, how far you want to go. And the first step is that you really try to investigate the impact of your contribution, not only by talking to your client, to your business partner, but also to to people that can help you uncover the possible risks. So who are they? Dio, you asked me about the mechanism and the minimum and safety standards. Well, to be on the safe side, you could start with the non-governmental organizations that already have done their research in the developments in a possible region, in a certain region, in a certain armed conflict. There may already be reports by, for example, Amnesty International or local groups that represent local communities. So you start off there. I think by what's already there, you can turn to a Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If you look at the websites of various ministries of foreign affairs, for example, of the United States of America, which may be biased, but let's start there, you will find country reports and reports on armed conflicts and on the role of businesses in these armed conflicts. So you could start by just simply doing desk research and having contact with organizations that already have done some research. So that's, I think, with regard to Dio's question. When we look at the Sundial project Edeline talked about, I myself, I'm not aware of this project, but it sounds disastrous, a bomb that could wipe out half of the world. This is also a matter of doing an impact assessment, due diligence. Whom are you doing business with? What are the chances that your knowledge, your contribution will be used by organizations that are not credible, that are not to be trusted? How big is the risk that it ever will be used, this disastrous bomb? So I think there are many questions to ask. And what will you do with the final result? Up until now, in the framework of the United Nations and the OECD, it is up to the business itself, as long as it's done its due diligence obligations. It's ultimately the business that has to make a policy on this and make the decision.
Untuk
In Europe, I'm afraid.
Kaspasnya sudah.
Sorry.
Ya, sorry, operator.
In Europe nowadays, it will be different because I think under the new European directive, we go a step further and we may discuss whether the business is allowed to keep on doing business with this government that is perhaps not giving the guarantees that it will never be used, but it's a mere threat and not a weapon to be used. I think under the new European legislation, we can no longer say that it's just a matter of soft law and a responsibility, a non-legal responsibility of the company. Now we have to make the decision: is it feasible? Is it to be allowed, or should the company back away? And that are very interesting questions. I do not know the answer yet, because the law only became a directive this summer. We will see, but we can no longer hide away. The same goes, I guess, for Karenina's question on Ukraine and the Middle East. I think there are many examples of, for example, investors that do not wish to have to do anything to do, for example, with Israeli companies who are aiding and abetting the atrocities going on in Gaza or Lebanon or on the West Bank. So yeah, right now there are already investors who are doing their due diligence, and as a result are not willing to do business with Israeli companies any longer. So this is what's happening right now. It's already a reality. Yeah. Dr. Natalia, another round?
Yeah, yes, sure. Another round for last round. Okay. I will open just one beside Muhammad. So two questions, one from Muhammad and one question from participants, for other participants. Please. Okay. Okay. No, you have a gift for others, please. Do we have others? No. Okay. Just Muhammad's questions. Please, Muhammad.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Professor, you said earlier that uh, if the company does not comply with its the legal obligations, the company will be held to the court by the victims. Is it true?
Yes, it's true. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But in the reality is that the victims are always afraid to claim what happened to them because if the victims claim it's the company will threaten them or maybe the situation will turn around will reverse, which is not in the victim favors. So I want to know from your perspective, like what kind of action or what kind of measure that you will be yeah, what kind of measure that you will be take. Thank you.
This is a very good question also. Thank you very much, Mohammed. It is in fact true that either victims are afraid of negative actions as a result of their initiative. Another question is whether they have the means and the knowledge to know that there is a possibility of claiming damages in court. And if you want to go to a court, for example, in Europe, it will cost an enormous amount of money to cross the borders and be represented in court. Luckily, in many countries, there is the possibility of for non-governmental organizations to go to court and act in behalf of victims or possible victims. Like at this moment, there are court cases of non-governmental organizations going to court asking an injunction for certain companies to do business in armed conflicts. Like at this moment, there is a court case pending in the Netherlands on the deliverance of weapons to Israel at this moment, in order to, which would contribute to the ongoing developments in Gaza. So the solution to this inevitable problem is that others will turn to court and ask for protection on behalf of concrete or abstract victims that are involved and suffering from possibly the conduct of the corporations. And it may not be damages, perhaps it may be an injunction. And the good thing about that is that you can also ask in many countries an injunction before the harm is done. So the opportunity could be that when you see that things go wrong, that there is a high risk of human rights violations, you can already go to court and ask for action by the corporation to prevent the harm from happening. So that would be the most ideal situation, I think. Although perhaps it is dreaming, but it is a possibility in law. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the answers, Mr. Professor.
Okay, thank you, Muhammad. So I think that's a last session. This is the last session. So I will not give a conclusion, but thank you very much, Professor Kasterman, for delivering your presentation today. It's very honor for us. But the leave because now time for give you our e-plaque.
That is delicious.
Yeah, The operator, please. Please send my warm regard to Dean Joanna and Professor Bettner.
Oh, definitely. Adriana is a great friend of mine.
Yeah, Professor Adrian was my mentor in 2010 when I get the scholarship from the NUFIC for the tailor-made program in Leiden.
Oh, great. It's a wonderful tradition that we have, right, with the Van Vollenhoven Institute and Indonesian law schools. Very inspiring
I'm
collaboration.
there for learning about the indigenous right.
Oh, right. I will pass your regards.
Yeah, thank you. So please accept our plaque for Professor Casterman.
Thank you very much, and enjoy your wonderful conference today.
Yeah, thank you. So I think our time is over for these discussions. So I will give give back to the project officer or the local community. Thank you all for joining us this discussion today. Silakan the master of ceremony. You may continue the program, please.
Buat besok.
All right, with that, we conclude the first and the second session. We would like to thank you for Mr. Hanif and Professor Kantersmans for your contributing onto ALSA International Video Conference 2024. We also would like to thank, we also will to thank Miss Fana Kwesiapingkan and Mrs. Dr. Natalia Lengkong SIMH for being our moderator for today's event. In this opportunity, the project officer of this event will present it to you the token of appreciation. To the first one will be delivered to Miss Fana Kwesiapingkan. The operator team.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you so much for Ms. Panakwesa Pinkan SH for the opportunity that has been given to have you as a moderator here in AIVC 2024. We give you lots of regards and thank you so much for participating in this event. This is a e-plaque to hand over to you. So thank you very much, Ms. Panakwesa. We hope you all the best during your studies and we hope you all the best throughout the journey of your life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniela, and the other committee. Thank you, Jean Natalia, for also for this opportunity. May God bless us all. Thank you.
All right, we move on to last but not least, Mrs. Dr. Natalia Lengkong, SHMH.
Okay, so this one is for one of the favorite lecturers in Universitas Samratulangi, which is none other than Dr. Natalia Lengkong. Thank you very much for participating in a ALSA International Video Conference 2024. It's an honor to have you here with us and also to be the moderator to the very special guest speaker, Professor Castermans. So this is the EPLEC for you. And in general, we want to thank you very much for your support towards ALSA in LC Unsred. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniela, and all participants. Thank you for today. ALSA, always one.
Thank you. I return the room to the Master of Ceremony.
Okay, now welcome back to ALSA International Video Conference 2024. And we have conducted this speaker session, and now we are going to slide into the focus group discussion session. And for your information, this session is strictly for registered ALSA members. Also, thank you so much to all participants for joining this seminar. Your presence and active participation truly add value to this event. We hope the knowledge and insight gained today will be useful in the future. And now, members may rename to chamber and standing position _name _ national chapter. Assigned according to the information on each of your WhatsApp community group, please allocate yourself into your assigned breakout room. We will have a brief break during this, and we'll see you in 5 minutes.
For law students throughout Asia, the Asian Law Student Association, or ALSA, is a non-profit and non-political worldwide organization. ALSA is based on 80 national chapters, which consists of ALSA National Chapter Indonesia has 15 local chapters. In obtaining the vision to focus on the global vision of Asia, ALSA International Video Conference is a platform for all law students across Asia to come together and discuss the current legal issues. The theme of the event this year is Profit and Principle, Navigating the Intersection of International Humanitarian Law and Business Law in Conflict Zone, with subtheme Corporate Responsibility and Legal Compliance in War-Torn Countries. As the Director of ALSA Local Chapter Universitas Samratulangi, proudly present ALSA International Video Conference 2024. Connect the difference together with the flow by ALSA. Always you are. Selamat datang di kota Manado, kota primadona di Sulawesi Utara, beragam suku agama dan budaya menjadi satu di kota Manado. For law students throughout Asia, the Asian Law Student Association, or ALSA, is a non-profit and non-political worldwide organization. ALSA is based on 80 national chapters, which consists of ALSA National Chapter Indonesia has 15 local chapters.
In obtaining the vision to focus on the global vision of Asia, ALSA International Video Conference is a platform for all those students across Asia to come together and discuss the current legal issues. The theme of the event this year is Profit and Principle, Navigating the Intersection of International Humanitarian Law and Business Law in Conflict Zone, with subtheme Corporate Responsibility and Legal Compliance in War-torn countries.
As the director of ALSA Local Chapter Universitas Matalangi, proudly present ALSA International Video Conference 2024. Connect the difference together with the flow, may ALSA always be one.
Selamat datang di kota Manado, kota primadona di Sulawesi Utara, beragam suku agama dan budaya menjadi satu di kota Manado.
For law students throughout Asia, the Asian Law Student Association or ALSA is a non-profit and worldwide organization. ALSA is based on 80 national chapters, which consists of ALSA National Chapter Indonesia has 15 local chapters.
In obtaining the vision to focus on the global vision of Asia, ALSA International Video Conference is a platform for all those students across Asia to come together and discuss the current legal issues. The theme of the event this year is Profit and Principle, Navigating the Intersection of International Humanitarian Law and Business Law in Conflict Zone, with subtheme Corporate Responsibility and Legal Compliance in War-torn countries.
As the director of ALSA Local Chapter Universitas Matalangi, proudly present ALSA International Video Conference 2024. Connect the difference together with the flow, may ALSA always be one.
Selamat datang di kota Manado, kota primadona di Sulawesi Utara, beragam suku agama dan budaya menjadi satu di kota Manado.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a chance to stretch, grab a coffee, and take a moment to relax. So without further delay, let's dive into the discussion.
We are now entering the focus group discussion session. Please make sure you have renamed as the example that has been given by the OC. There will be two breakout rooms of your...
kan di ujungnya kan?
There will be two breakout rooms of your allocate chambers that you should join.
Emang. Gak ada. Tahu.
And for this session, there will be a moderator who will take over from here. Thank you.
For law students throughout Asia, the Asian Law Student Association, or ALSA, is a non-profit and non-political worldwide organization. ALSA is based on 18 national chapters, which consists of ALSA National Chapter Indonesia has 15 local chapters.
In obtaining the vision to focus on the global vision of Asia, ALSA International Video Conference is a platform for all law students across Asia to come together and discuss the current legal issues. The theme of the event this year is Profit and Principle, Navigating the Intersection of International Humanitarian Law and Business Law in Conflict Zone, with subtheme Corporate Responsibility and Legal Compliance in War-Torn Countries.
Solaranis, as the director of ALSA Local Chapter Universitas Samratulangi, proudly present ALSA International Video Conference 2024. Connect the difference together with the flow. May ALSA always be one.
Selamat datang di Moramana, Kota Primadona di Sulawesi Utara, beragam suku agama dan budaya menjadi satu di Kota Manado.
For law students throughout Asia, the Asian Law Student Association, or ALSA, is a non-profit and non-political worldwide organization. ALSA is based on 18 national chapters, which consists of ALSA National Chapter Indonesia has 15 local chapters.
In obtaining the vision to focus on the global vision of Asia, ALSA International Video Conference is a platform for all law students across Asia to come together and discuss the current legal issues. The theme of the event this year is Profit and Principle, Navigating the Intersection of International Humanitarian Law and Business Law in Conflict Zone, with subtheme Corporate Responsibility and Legal Compliance in War-Torn Countries.
Solaranis, as the director of ALSA Local Chapter Universitas Samratulangi, proudly present ALSA International Video Conference 2024. Connect the difference together with the flow. May ALSA always be one.
Selamat datang di Moramana, Kota Primadona di Sulawesi Utara, beragam suku agama dan budaya menjadi satu di Kota Manado. maybe, baby, there will always be a space for you and me, right where you left it. And just maybe enough time will pass. We'll look back and laugh, just don't forget it. And maybe I'm wrong for writing this song, losing my head over you.
And starting with Chamber 1, please present your result about corporate responsibility in war conflict regions. Should companies in war conflict regions allocate their CSR to help humanity? And to Chamber 1, the screen is yours. Okay, now we start with Chamber 1. Please present your result about corporate responsibility in war conflict regions. Should companies in war conflict regions allocate their CSR to help humanity? And to Chamber 1, the screen is yours.
All right, so let me introduce myself. I'm Karenina Fernandia. I'm from ALSA Indonesia and also ALSA local chapter Universitas Sriwijaya, and I am the representation from the Chamber 1 that will have a presentation about corporate responsibility in war conflicted regions. And our motion in here is, should companies in a war conflicted region allocate their CSR to help humanity? And maybe the operator could move the screen a little bit. So I would come from the proposition team first. This house strongly believes that the companies in a war conflicted region should allocate their CSR to help humanity for the reasons below. And these are some reasons that the proposition team is really believing. The first one is, we do believe that building trust with clients will really helping to building the customer, investor, and also other stakeholders. And we have a little bit real example in here. For the example is the Starbucks companies was once accused for supporting Israel in the Hamas conflict. But however, through the allocation of profit to the Gaza people, they gradually build the trust of their clients back. So in here, we do believe that engaging CSR could building our engagement to the clients. And the second one is, corporations can earn more money through helping war conflicting regions in the long run. In the long run, corporations are able to earn more money through aiding war in conflicting regions. Because if corporations help conflicting regions, they can get socially and ethically desirable awareness. In other words, engaging in CSR can be another strategy in terms of profit. And it will also be a contributing to sustainable development because humanitarian aid through CSR can contribute to reconstruction. Please, could you move the screen again? And of course, we could fulfilling moral obligation because in this house we do believe that the company is not only reflecting their own image as the company of their organization itself, but in here the company is also fulfilling moral obligation. This is not just a marketing strategy to build trust, but this is also the part of us to fulfill our obligation to have a morality towards the world. So, being a representation of our organization, of course, could build more morality to the world because at the end of the day, the organization, the business, and the corporation, all of us are human. And human in here, in this case, of course, we could show our morality more, especially in this war conflicted era. And also, allocating CSR to help the humanity does not have to be money based. It's not only about the money base. The president of Liberia, too, prosecuted because he was buying diamonds from a group of rebellions. And the companies can also allocate their CSR not only to be a money based thing. But also, we could also allocate the CSR to help humanity. And of course, therefore, they are safe from accusation for aiding and abetting, and of course, could be natural as possible in conflict in war. Please, could you move the screen again? And in conclusion, in the proposition house, we do believe that we could acknowledge that companies in war conflicting regions should allocate the CSR to help humanity. Because it is not only impose any laws, but at the end of the day, it is also could help their morality in the world that we are living right now. And let me read the opposition opinion. In the opposition opinion, this chamber believes that companies in war conflicting regions should not allocate the CSR to help humanity. In this case, the opposition team do believe that first, companies need to survive. Companies in war zones sometimes face essential threats where the whole company's existence is at stake. This includes but not limited to things such as destructions of assets and security risk to employee. So because the companies do need to survive, so the opposition seem to believe that allocating a company's resources to CSR is not helping the company to survive. And the second opinion of the opposition team is the companies need to should stay neutral because companies in war conflicting regions should prioritize to staying as neutral as possible because allocating their CSR could make they are not neutral and could consisting another conflict. Please, could you move the screen again? Okay, so after a little bit of our discussion, we do have some question in here. And let me read the first question first. The first question is, to what extent is it appropriate for a business operating in a war conflicting region to prioritize profits over humanitarian concern? And how can we attain this equilibrium? Please, could you move the screen to below because I'll answer the first question first. So our answer is the company may prioritize their profit to an extent of their company's priority. But however, companies should also refrain from seeking profits in war times and conflicting areas to maintain their neutrality. So of course, because this company, as a company, we are the representation of the humanity itself. We do need to extend the company priority to giving their profit. But however, companies should also still being a little bit natural to maintain the naturality by seeking profits in war times. And let's move on to the second question. And the second question is, how could businesses use their CSR programs without escalating tensions or siding with local conflicts? Can companies maintain their objectivity in these kinds of situations? So how could we maintain the objectivity in those kind of situations? Please move on to the second slide again. So could you be a little bit below? Okay, so this is our answer. Companies' objectivity can be achieved by not supporting on a specific regional basis. So, for example, let's do imagine if a company says they will help Ukraine, for the example, because based on the war of last year, the Ukraine during the Russian-Ukrainian war, of course, the company's profit from Russia would decrease because the company is siding to the other side. The company is showing their side to one exact region. So instead of this regional basis, the company gathers some kind of application of support regardless of the region, so we do really think that companies can achieve objectivity. So back again, maybe the company could stay as natural as possible, but also they could still stand by the morality. And the second one is companies could also allocate their CSR to help humanity by declaring an involvement in ongoing war. and therefore they are safe from the accusation of aiding and abetting, because we all know the organization itself is really a new brand and really an important thing in all of the countries. Most of the country really need and really showing the business as one of the most important thing of them. So of course, by staying an involvement on the ongoing war and also still being as neutral as possible, but also being stay in the morality and showing the CSR, the company could still showing their morality but also keeping their profits untainted of accusations. Okay, so let's move on to the third question. What do you think the real function of companies that operate in conflict areas is? Should the company participate in social and humanitarian endeavors, or should they function as impartial economic actors? So let's move on to our discussion on the third question. So this is our answer from both of the side, from proposition and also opposition side. So we do really think that the real function of companies is profits. However, if a company would really like to contribute to the CSR, it is of course not prohibited, because back again the real function of company is profit. But CSR is not a must, but it has been a recommendation for the source legal basis. However, allocating CSR will put the company in such a great position. Maybe I would like to reminding to you all to the recent conflict between Palestine and Israel, and we all know the product like Starbucks, McDonald's, KFC, they really have an extreme decrease because they have framing themselves in the negative side. They are framing themselves as not really being on the good side. So of course, by allocating the CSR, it will framing the company in such a great position. So this will make a little bit impact in their profits because this is a little bit hanging. The company will live on with good management. And let's move on to the last question. All right, so to what extent should corporations be held accountable for their impact on the local population, especially in conflict situations? Should they more proactive in promoting peace and stability? Okay, so let's move on to the last answer. Okay, so our discussion and the answer of our discussion is to the extent where they know. If they know what their product is being used for, then they can be held liable and accountable for the damages suffered from their product. But, however, if there were a chain of command, it is a different case. So, in conclusion, for all of our discussion from both the side from proposition and also opposition team, we do really believe that, of course, back again, the most important thing from the corporation, from the organization, and from the business is to still being stay in their own profit, but also showing their morality, showing their own CSR. It is a good recommendation, and in fact, it is a good thing, especially when you are siding in a good way. And therefore, I'm sorry if there are a little bit inconvenience, and I'm sorry and real apologizing if there are some kind of mistakes. And those are the opinions from both of the side, from the opposition and also the proposition team by the Chamber 1. I'm Carolina Fernandia from the Chamber 1, and thank you very much.
All right, what a wonderful drafting by Chamber 1. As for now, we will give the change to Chamber 2 with the theme of navigating the legal minefield. Should companies in war conflict region comply with international standards? To Chamber number 2, please present your results. All right, now we're moving to Chamber 2 with the theme of navigating the legal minefield. Should companies in war conflict region comply with international standard? To Chamber 2, please present your results.
Okay, for the search screen, do we do it ourselves or the committee will help? Okay, thank you, committee. Good evening, ALSAians, everyone. My name is Rifki Hidayatullah. I'm from ALSA Indonesia, from local chapter Universitas Brawijaya, and I will be representing the opposition, and I will also be accompanied by Aryan from ALSA United Kingdom, who will be presenting the question. So for our team, we discuss about navigating the legal minefield. Should companies in war conflicted region comply with international standards? That is the question that we discussed from our break chamber earlier. And from the proposition, we conclude that the moral and legal responsibility of companies could have duty to uphold universal values, especially in region already suffering from human rights violation. And that is complying with international standard ensures that businesses does not exacerbate suffering or suffer conflict indirectly, for example, funding armed groups. And then there are also long-term consequences. We discussed that companies' main goal is that to get profit, and with that, failure to comply could lead to reputational damage, loss of investor confidence, and international sanctions would also negatively affect the main goal of company, which is getting profit. And compliance fosters trust and can contribute to the foundation for future peace and governance. And the last point is that precedent for corporate responsibility, that allowing exception undermines global enforcement of international standards, creating a slippery slope for exploitation. For the opposition, we think that the chamber believes that the companies in a war conflict region comply with international standards, and that is practical challenges of compliance. Strict adherence to international standard may be unrealistic in war zone where law enforcement is weak, corruption is rampant, and resources are scarce. Compliance could hinder companies' ability to adapt to local realities and remain operational. And then the second point is that economic stability and local benefits. Companies might need to ensure they can continue providing jobs and sustaining local economies, even if it means bypassing certain standards. Over-prioritizing compliance could lead companies to exit the region entirely, worsening unemployment and instability. And then the third point is that potential conflict could lead to escalation. Enforcing certain standards might unintentionally deepen conflicts, for example, by favoring one group over another or creating resentment among local population. And after discussing regarding the main topic, we were given 4 questions. And in this question, I would be answering the first, and then the second will be presented by Aryan, the third will be presented by me, and then the fourth will be presented by Aryan. From the opposition and the proposition team, we agree that on certain things. For the first question is that should companies be legally bound to comply with international standards, even in a region where local authorities lack enforcement capacity? Why or why not? And then the second question is it possible for adhering to international norms to inadvertently worsen disputes or negatively impact local communities? Can businesses successfully manage this risk, or should they avoid doing business in politically delicate areas? And the third question is, what other frameworks, if any, may companies use to make use they conduct themselves morally in conflict areas, if not in international standards? Should NGOs be involved more, or should local authorities handle compliances? And then the fourth question is that, are international standards, for example, UN guiding principles, OECD, due diligence, is the best way to ensure responsibility corporate behavior in conflict zones, or are they unrealistic in such environment? For the first answer, we agree that companies should comply with international law that is already implemented, which means that this can include human rights standards, environmental protocols, labor laws, or international humanitarian laws that's already implemented and written down with such definition, and focus less on the vague international law. Regarding the enforcement of the law itself, it depends on which law applied to the case. If it's regulated by international law, then it should be enforced by international organs such as the UN or other non-governmental organization. And if it's regulated by national law, then it should be enforced by the local authorities such as the police or the military of that nation. For the second answer, it would be answered by Aryan from ALSA United Kingdom.
Thank you so much, Rifki. Very well put. Moving on to the second question, whether or not it's possible for adhering to international norms to inadvertently worsen disputes, I think we really took a two-sided approach here to reach a compromise. I think we understood the possibility of creating worse relationships within the areas, but we also understood that working within a framework would significantly decrease this risk. So the potential risks that we factored in were conflict of interest, lack of local capacity, negative perceptions, and high costs. And I'm just going to talk you through all four of these. So just to start off with conflict of interest, international norms often conflict with the interests of the parties in a conflict. So for example, if a company is acting to ensure workers' rights, often the militia groups can interpret this as detrimental to their cause or allocating resources in a non-efficient way, as obviously they'd interpret this as dedicating resources to the workers rather than to the war effort, which could in effect incur the wrath of armed groups, which could lead to the destruction of machinery and the loss of value for capital and assets. In terms of lack of local capacity, as written, government and civil society institutions are often weak and dysfunctional. This means that interpreting international standards and actually applying them to your firm is often very, very difficult, just in the sense that a lot of the advice given by the UN compared to domestic advice is often misconflated and often at disjunct with each other. And if you're operating under such conflicting advice, it is often detrimental to make large scale business decisions, as you can't make them with the proper influence and decision making capacity behind them. Thirdly, let's move on to negative exceptions in the sense that company efforts to comply with international norms may be seen as a form of neocolonialism or foreign interference. In this sense, multinational companies entering into a country and then operating on a war that they know nothing about could be perceived negatively by interest groups of that region. So, for example, if Shell were to operate in Nicaragua or Nigeria, the countries that it currently operates in for oil, in averting crisis or wartime efforts, it could be met with resistance groups or armed resistance in the sense that it would provide anti foreign sentiment because they're interfering in affairs that they are uneducated on. Fourthly, with high costs, complying with international standards often requires large investments and significant resources. This one is fairly self-explanatory. If you're investing lots of money into CSR, it detracts from money elsewhere, which could then be paid to shareholders in the form of dividends, which obviously is less appealing to your core consumer base. We then looked at the two-sided aspect of this, in the sense that adhering to international standards, such as the UN Guiding Principles of Business and Human Rights, or the OECD Due Diligence Guidance for Responsible Supply Chains, really helps prevent these abuses because it provides a framework and helps to reduce some of these information gaps that I talked about earlier and helps to really address some of the issues. So we identified that although it is possible that it could actually worsen the situation, if complied with under this framework, if taken with a reasoned and measured approach, it is highly unlikely to be detrimental. Moving on to the third question with Rifki.
Okay, thank you, Aryan. So for the third question is that our answer is that companies operating in conflict areas can adopt several frameworks for moral beyond conduct beyond international standards. This company can develop their own ethical guidelines based on the universal principle that transcend cultural and regional differences. This approach encourages dialogue and can be tailored to local contexts while maintaining a commitment to ethical behavior. And that is where NGO play a crucial role in promoting ethical conducts by providing guidance, resources, and training to companies operating in conflict areas. They can help to bridge the gap between corporate practices and community needs, ensuring that businesses are held accountable for their actions. And NGOs also often have a deep understanding of local context and can assist companies in navigating complex ethical landscapes, making them valuable partners in compliance efforts. And for the local authorities, may have a better grasp of the specific challenges and cultural notions within the regions, empowering them to handle compliances can lead to more contextually relevant solutions and foster trust between businesses and local communities. And that the effectiveness of local authorities in enforcing compliance may vary significantly between nation to nations, especially in conflict-affected areas where governance structures are weak and local authorities are busy with the conflict itself. And for the fourth question will be centered by Aryan.
Yep, thank you very much, Rifki. Uh, with the fourth question, as discussed previously, we've already had this discussion within our groups about the effectiveness and frameworks, and I think that we see international standards like the UN Guiding Principles or the OECD due diligence standards as really, really good ways of ensuring a framework in the sense providing companies areas in which they can operate and advising them on how they should operate within operations. Um, but I think that we need to understand that it is fundamentally purely a framework. It can establish a clear universal baseline for CSR, emphasizing the protect, respect, and remedy ideas, but it can't ultimately convey restrictions on businesses due to the lack of enforcement procedures. So while we understand that these are really, really good measures in order to protect CSR, the key issues that they face really is that their enforcement procedures are incredibly weak. They have no ways realistically of actually holding businesses to account due to the inapplicability of soft law, which is why we discussed that perhaps international courts of arbitration would be better suited to enforcement, or even better still, if we were to have domestic countries later applying and implementing these laws into their own frameworks, because then any company's violation of these laws would become an internal matter. It would not be a dispute on an international scale, but rather a domestic dispute. And if this was the case, then the government of the time, so for example in the UK, the FCA would probably handle it, could bring this business under remit and could influence and take the decision itself, trying it in a domestic court, which actually allows better criminalization and sanctions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aryan. So for the closing statement that we already agree upon on the question and that each ideas that the breakout room provides is very, very interesting and very insightful. I would like also to thank you, Aryan, from the opposition team, and Fatim, and also Dio Pratama and Amelia for helping with the discussion and also the drafting. I think that's enough for Chamber 2. I would like to give back the time to the committee. Hello, committee. We're done with our presentation. Thank you.
And now both chambers have done an amazing job with their presentation. Great work, everyone.
And now, before we move on to the awarding session, now we are moving on the awarding session. We'll be presenting certificates for the following nomination are Best Participant.
And the second one is Best Speaker from Chamber 1.
And last, Best Speaker from Chamber 2.
Get ready as we announce the winners and invite them to receive their certificate. Let's make sure to give them a big round of applause.
And now, for the Best Speaker from Chamber 1 goes to And now, Best Speaker from Chamber 1 goes to Karenina Fernandia from ALSA National Capture Indonesia. The certificate will be delivered by Iqbal Maramis as the Director of ALSA Local Chapter University Samratulangi, and please wait a moment, we will take the documentation first.
Karenina Fernandia from ALSA National Chapter Indonesia, please turn on your camera.
Okay, now we were going to take a documentation in 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you, Iqbal Maramis, and thank you, Karenina.
And now we're heading to the Best Speaker from Chamber 2 goes to Aryan Manchali from ALSA Association Chapter United Kingdom. The certificate will be delivered by Daniela Wower as the Project Officer of ALSA International Video Conference 2024. Please wait a moment and we will take a documentation first. To Aryan Manchali, please turn on your camera.
Thank you so much.
To Project Officer, all right. We will take a documentation for shortly comes on counting on 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, the project officer, and once again, congratulations for Anya Alian from ALSA Associate Chapter United Kingdom.
And last but not least, the moment we've been waiting for. The best participant goes to
Muhammad Radia Syakir from ALSA National Chapter Indonesia.
And the certificate will be delivered by Delvino as the president of ALSA National Chapter Indonesia. And please wait a moment, we will take a documentation first.
Alright, we're gonna take a documentation session, counting on 1, 2, 3. Thank you once again for the Mr. President of ALSA Indonesia, and congratulations once again from Muhammad Radia Syakir from ALSA National Chapter Indonesia. This award is presented by two individuals who have demonstration exceptional skills. Let's now take a moment to look at the achievement of the nominees. Before we conclude, I would like to invite Project Officer of ALSA International Video Conference 2024, Ms. Daniela Wower, to deliver some closing remarks. To Ms. Daniela, the time and screen is yours.
Very much. Am I audible? Okay. I would like to give my thanks to all of the people that are included in this event. So it is such an honor for local chapter Universitas Samratulangi from National Chapter Indonesia to take part as a host of ALSA International Video Conference 2024. I would like to thank the speakers, of course, that has partaken in this very amazing opportunity in the speaker session, Mr. Ibrahim Hanif and Professor Kassermans. And I would also love to appreciate the moderators that have moderated the speaker session, which is Ms. Panapresa and Mrs. Natalia Lengkong. I would also express my gratitude to all of the people that have been involved in this, especially from the international board, as Kak Akieli is also here present as the president, and the president of national board in National Chapter Indonesia, Kak Delvino, is also present on the venue. I would also love to thank both of you, and the director of ALSA Local Chapter Universitas Samratulangi, my dear beautiful Kak Iksol Maramis, my director. I would also like to thank the whole organizing committees, the PPOs that has been through all of the journey throughout AIPC, so that it has finally came to an end. And most important of all, I would like to thank the participants, in which this event could not have been gone as it is currently now without your participation. So furthermore, I would also like to express my gratitude to all of the people that have been accommodating through this journey, and we hope to see you on the next event, next IIPC 2025. Thank you. Always be one.
Thank you, Daniela. And for the next closing remarks will be delivered by Director of ALSA Local Chapter, University Samratulangi, Board 2024, Ms. Ixel Maramis. So, Ms. Ixel Maramis, we invite you to come to the stage.
Greetings everyone, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the end of the day of this event, I want to express my sincere gratitude to each one of you for your time, your attention and participation. Your presence and contribution have made this event truly meaningful. And I hope you found the discussion insightful and inspiring. And a special thanks to our speakers and everyone involved in organizing this event. We look forward to continuing our journey together and building on the ideas here today. And special thanks to Daniela and all the organizing committee for this memorable events. Thank you for your hard work and dedication, and I wishing you all the best for you and your journey in ALSA. And once again, thank you for being here, and I wish all the best. Connect the difference together with the flow. May ALSA always be one.
Thank you, Ms. Ixel Maramis. And the third closing remarks will be delivered by the President of National Chapter Indonesia, Board 2024-2025, Mr. Delvino Ahmad Hidayat Lolianto. For Mr. Delvino, we invite you to come up on the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. And as we conclude the ALSA International Video Conference 2024, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to everyone who already contributed in making this event succeed. To our esteemed speaker, thank you for your invaluable insights and contributions. To the delegates of ALSA Indonesia, ALSA Malaysia, ALSA South Korea, ALSA Singapore, and ALSA United Kingdom, congratulations on your active participations and work throughout this conference. To ALSA LC Unsrat, led by Ixel Maramis and Daniela, and to the organizing committee, my heartfelt thanks for your incredible efforts in hosting this international event. You have set a high standard for excellence and have made us all proud. Finally, I hope that each of you leave this event with meaningful knowledge, meaningful connections, and cherished memories. Let us continue to work together to create impactful solutions for the world. Until we meet again, may the spirit ALSA remain strong in all of us. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and may ALSA always be one.
Thank you, Delvino. And next, closing remarks will be delivered by the President of ALSA International, Board Success, Mr. Akil Lee Kaiji. So, Mr. Akil, the screen is yours.
Thank you, everyone. Greetings, distinguished speakers, fellow ALSA members, and participants. As we reach the conclusion of ALSA International Video Conference 2024, I want to take a moment to reflect on this incredible journey that we have shared today. It has been an enriching and inspiring experience, and I hope everyone feels as energized as empowered as the organizing committee. First and foremost, let me extend my deepest gratitude to our speakers and panelists. Their expertise, insight, and thought-provoking discussion have shed light on the intricate balance between profit and principle in navigating the intersection of international humanitarian law and business law in conflict zone. Your contribution have not only deepened our understanding, but also challenged us to think critically and innovatively about our role in addressing this pressing issue. For all the participants, your enthusiasm, supervision, and active engagement have made this event a success. Whether it was through the focus group discussion or the other sections, you have demonstrated the power of collaboration and dialogue in tackling complex challenges. For our organizing team, ALSA National Chapter Indonesia, led by Delvino, and also Universitas Samratulangi, Ixel as well as Daniela, thank you for your tireless effort and exceptional dedication. This conference stands as a testament to your hard work and commitment to upholding ALSA's core value. As members of ALSA, we are reminded today of our shared pillars. And while today's event we come to an end, our journey doesn't stop here. The ideas that we have achieved, the perspective that we have gained, and the connections we have built will continue to guide us as we strive to shape a more just and equitable world. Let's carry the lessons that we have made today with us and use them to inspire changes in communities and causes that we care about. With that, I officially close ALSA International Video Conference 2024. Thank you for your participation. May the connection and insights you have gained here fuel your future endeavors. Let's continue to learn, grow, and live with purpose. ALSA always be one. Safe travel to everyone, whether virtually or in person, and look forward to seeing all of you again in future ALSA events physically. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
And for the last closing remarks will be delivered by the Head of International Office Affairs, Samratulangi University. Let's have a look.
Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and dear delegates. As we come to the conclusion of the Asian Law Students International Video Conference 2024, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has made this event such a tremendous success. It has been a privilege to host such a distinguished group of law students, academics, and professionals from across Asia and beyond, who have come together to engage in this vital dialogue on the intersection of international humanitarian law and business law in conflict zones. I would like to extend a special thanks to our keynote speakers, Mr. Ibrahim Hanif from Universitas Gadjah Mada and Professor Alex Kastmans from Leiden University. Your insightful presentations have provided invaluable perspectives that will surely shape how we think about the balance between profit and principles in complex legal landscapes. I also want to recognize the presence and support of our esteemed partners and collaborators, Dr. Emma Senewe, Dean of Faculty of Law, Samratulangi University, Ms. Daniela Wawor, Project Officer, and the leadership of both the Indonesian National Board and the International Board. Your dedication and vision have been integral to the success of this conference. A warm thank you also goes out to all of you, 250 delegates from Malaysia, Vietnam, South Korea, Singapore, the United Kingdom, and of course Indonesia. Your participation and engagement have been truly inspiring, and we hope that the discussion held here today will continue to resonate in your academic and professional journeys. This conference has demonstrated not only the importance of understanding the complex legal challenges faced in conflict zones, but also the power of collaboration among future leaders of international law. As we close today's event, I encourage all of you to continue these conversations and mostly importantly, take what you have learned here into your future endeavors. On behalf of the organization committee and the international office, thank you once again for your active participation and support. We look forward to seeing the positive impact you will all undoubtedly make in the field of law. Wishing you all the best in your studies and your future careers. Thank you and good night.
And thank you for all remarks.
Now we're moving on to documentation session. Will be led by organizing committee from multimedia. So we would like to invite all the participants who have attended into the venue tonight to come up on the stage, and we have a documentation session from now on. to all participant and organizing committee, all right, thank you for all the participants and delegates in the venue. As we come to the end of today's event, I'd like to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your participation in today's event. And a special thank you goes to our speakers for their insightful contribution to our wonderful audience for your engaging question and support, and also to our partners and sponsor,
The government of North Sulawesi,
the Akuar,
Juris Wannabe, the digital legal platform,
hukumonline.com,
Spectrum, the organizer, and the organizing committee whose hard work and dedication have made this event possible.
Once again, we would like to thank all of our speakers, participants, delegates, and last but not least, the organizing committee for their time and dedication. We hope you found the seminar valuable, that it sparks new ideas and opportunities.
Have a wonderful evening and see you at ALSA International Video Conference 2025.
Connect the difference together we develop. May ALSA always be one.
Thank you everyone for the participation. You may now leave the room.